Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law, where, as always, we learn through the misfortunes of others. I'm your host, Uncivil Law, a licensed attorney in Texas, Virginia, and before the U.S. Supreme Court. As always, I hope you're having a great day. For our afternoon session, we turn again into the Crumbley trial. Jennifer Crumbley is on trial for involuntary manslaughter, essentially for recklessly disregarding a known threat that was likely to lead to death. She is facing, I think, like up to 60 years or something ridiculous. I don't know, maybe, whatever. In any event, yeah, because I guess it's involuntary manslaughter as it would relate to each particular person. But those would probably all run together. They wouldn't be consecutive. So probably less than that. But anyways, theoretically. In any event, we are on the trial for Jennifer Crumbley, who is the mother of the shooter. And so far from the prosecution, we've heard from two witnesses from the school who basically were able to testify that, yes, the shooting did in fact occur. And then we heard from the gun dealer that said, yes, I sold the gun to the father. And then we got a reasonably good cross-examination from the defense lawyer, who I've had some queries about, but she did a reasonably good job on cross in highlighting that, you know, her client, Jennifer, had nothing to do with any of these things. So that's pretty good. For lunch, I had an Italian sub from a local sandwich place. They have this, they make a nice New York, and they've got this sort of hot pepper diced spread kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, it's got kind of like a hot pepper diced spread, and I asked them to put on the sandwich, and it was very delicious without being spicy. So, without being overly spicy, I should say, because I'm very heat intolerant. Just the right level of kick for Uncivil. Would not please would not please Ian Runkle, I'm quite sure. But, you know, for my taste, I am perfectly happy. All right. Yeah, I suppose a firearms dealer doesn't have to know how it works. It's like, yeah, I just have him fill out the form, I put in the information in the computer, and I press a button. I don't really know what happens after that. Then eventually the computer tells me what to do. Eh. I mean, it's not very well informed, but strictly speaking, I guess they don't have to know anything more than that. You know, who's the information go to? Not sure. You know. How they determine if it's to be done? Not sure. What makes someone disqualified? Don't know. I just put the information in the computer and they tell me yes or no. It's all I need to know. It's all I know. Is it the sound is not matching Kurt's lips movement? We've heard that before, incidentally. When it comes to this, people are saying that they're out of sync. But to me, it looks okay every time I look back on it and post. But some people are saying it's out of sync. So maybe some people are just more sensitive to me, but when I look back at the replay, it looks okay to me. If it's out of sync, it's by a very small number of frames. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard people say that on comments of other videos, that there's a sync issue. And like, it looks okay to me. But, you know, maybe it's slightly out of time, but it's not by much. Not enough for me to visually see it. But maybe some people were more sensitive to such things. So you're not the first person to mention it. One of these days I might have to go back and double check, and do the whole, clap test and see what the sync is. It's probably pretty close. I do have some audio processing on my end, so it's certainly possible that there's a delay. There is a delay, but it's not enough for me to care about. But if it's enough for you to care about, I'll go in and fix it. Eventually. Yeah. do the clap test.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990 FH.
Karen McDonald,
Recording in progress.
Karen McDonald, appearing on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark. Peace on behalf of the people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley. Please sit to my left.
Sean Godson on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, you can be seated. I wanted to let you know that
The clap test was bad?
has been conducting a jury
All right, well, I'll fix it eventually.
starting on Monday. No one else in the courthouse was permitted to conduct a jury trial while we were doing this one.
I'll fix it
Jury
eventually.
on Monday. I've just learned that 3 jurors on her trial were approached by media and asked if they were jurors on the Crumbley matter. The Sheriff's Department is conducting an investigation. As we know, jury tampering is a crime. If I find out that anyone approaches a juror in this matter, they will immediately be taken into custody and ordered to appear before Judge Warren. This is not a threat. I'm going to bring the jury in, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
So apparently the media has approached 3 jurors and asked them whether or not they're jurors. So good on the media. Just really respecting those rights, man. Wow, what a way to go.
Next witness is Agent Brett Brandon, counsel.
So 3 different jurors have already been tampered with by the media. Outstanding. That didn't take long. Will I be reviewing the motion for prosecutorial misconduct? Maybe later. How's the media supposed to know? They're not supposed to approach a juror while they're being a juror. How are they supposed to know any better? Man. The audio looks about where I want it to be.
That no one should be having any discussions with you. So if someone approaches you, you should tell me right away. I heard some things that I heard that a juror on the case that was selected Monday was approached, and the Sheriff's Department is doing an investigation with regard to that. So if anything like that happens, please let me know immediately. All right?
Judge, not by allegation isn't by a lawyer, just
no,
a way.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't by a lawyer. It was alleged to have been by someone from the media who thought that jurors for another judge were jurors for this case, and it was someone from the media. So I just want to let you know.
So they're trying to hunt down jurors for this case. Just outstanding work.
All right. Who's the next witness?
Special Agent Brett Brandon. And Judge, for the record, we did speak with counsel. There's stipulation to the admission of all exhibits through this witness. That's 31 through 75, Judge.
Your Honor, just give me 1 second.
Okay, sure.
Yes, that's correct. I just was checking the number. Thank you. I'm sorry. 31 was listed as, but you're going to do it through.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
As doc credit, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the truth so help you God?
I do.
Could you pull the door toward you, have a step up, have a seat? Could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Yes, Brett Brandon, B-R-E-T-T, Brandon, B-R-A-N-D-O-N.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
All right, just to let everyone know, there's a lot of exhibits here, so Mark and I are going to try to do this, at least get the exhibits together to be as efficient and quick as possible. Special Agent, what's your formal title?
It's a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, commonly referred to as the ATF.
All right, and as part of as being a special agent in the ATF, what are you assigned to right now?
Right now I'm assigned to the Pontiac Gun Violence Task Force. It's a partnership with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office focused on investigating the criminal possession and use of firearms, specifically shooting investigations.
Okay, and for those of us who don't, or people might not know exactly, it should be common sense with the name, but what does the ATF do?
The ATF enforces the nation's arson, explosives, and firearms laws, but as you might expect, our primary focus is on enforcing the federal firearms laws.
Okay, and does it involve state laws or regulations in any way?
Yes, so as I stated before, I'm on the Pontiac Gun Violence Task Force, and through that and other partnerships, we commonly embed with and work with state and local law enforcement on a daily basis.
Okay, so you do still enforce state laws in that capacity?
Yes, investigate state crimes, yes, with,
Okay.
with the state and locals.
Investigate, thank you. Can you tell the jury what your background and experience is?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Oakland University. I also went to law school for 1 year at the Catholic University of America. I then went to the ATF National Academy and completed the requisite training to become a special agent.
So you would rather be a special agent than a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. And how many years have you been in the ATF?
I've been an agent for a little over 10 years, and I've been with the agency for nearly 15 this summer. I was a student intern working primarily in intelligence for 4 years, both in undergrad and that 1 year of law school.
Okay. Approximately how many shooting investigations have you been involved in?
Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yes.
And you testified earlier, your job is to enforce and investigate federal firearm laws, but do you have a general understanding of state firearm laws?
Yes, I investigate crimes committed within the state of Michigan involving firearms as a part of my assignment on the task force and other previous assignments with that task force setting. Yes.
Okay. Special Agent, do you know who Jennifer Crumbley is?
Yes,
Do you see her anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you describe what she's wearing?
She's got a gray and white sweater on, seated at the defense table in the middle.
Thank you. May the record reflect he's properly
The
identified.
record will reflect the incredible identification of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley.
How did you get involved in the investigation on this prosecution and one with the shooter? Can you explain to the jury how that happened?
Yes, I'm the federal agent assigned to the Oxford shooting investigation.
Okay, and let's go back to November 30th. Do you remember where you were that day?
Yes.
Where were you in the morning?
I was in the Detroit Field Division office in downtown Detroit.
Okay, and when did you first hear of the shooting?
Within several minutes of the shooting, an assistant special agent in charge at the time came into my partner and I's office and informed me that there had been a shooting at Oxford High School. He knew that I grew up in a surrounding town, was aware of the area, and wanted to inform me. I immediately grabbed my things and ran out the door out to my car and drove north.
Okay, you've responded, and part of your job, do you respond to active shooters?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard about the Oxford shooting, did anyone assign you or tell you you had to drive there and go to the scene?
No.
And did anyone else in your office at that moment go with you?
At that time, I think information was still coming in. At that time, I don't think anyone had responded yet. No.
And what made you go immediately?
I had familiarity with the area. I knew exactly how to get to Oxford High School. I'd also been involved in another investigation recently with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office at that time. Had a close relationship with them, and thought that I'd be able to get on the ground quickly and help out in any way I could.
And this was the community that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. About how long was it after you heard that you left the building?
Immediately. My chair was still spinning, according to my partner.
So was your partner there when you left?
No, he had stepped out for a minute.
And when he came back, your chair was spinning?
Yes.
Okay. So how long does it take you to drive from downtown Detroit to Oxford High School in a normal day?
With traffic, could be quite a time, definitely around an hour.
All right. Talk to me about once you got on the road, on the way up there.
As I started driving on the freeway, I believe it was when I got to the Troy area, the Big Beaver exit, that I began to notice other law enforcement with their lights and sirens activated, also driving north on 75 and joined somewhat of, I'd call it, a caravan on I-75, joining other people.
What was the rate of speed in the caravan?
It was fast, but it was safe.
So there was no traffic. Was everyone moving to the side of the road?
Yes, people were getting over at that time, yes.
Okay. As you drove, were you aware whether or not it was a false alarm or if it was a real active shooting situation?
As I drove, I began to receive information from our intelligence employees that it was indeed a real shooting and that we're reporting there were victims and fatalities.
Okay. Do you remember who else you talked to on the way to the shooting?
I spoke to ATF Intelligence Research Specialist Michael Malone. At one point, I also spoke to my wife.
About how long did it take you to get there?
Approximately 35 minutes.
And you arrived with a caravan of other first responders?
Yes, as I got off the Pier Road or M24 to drive north towards the high school, it was like the Red Sea had parted and everyone was parked on the right side of the road. And there was a caravan now of people coming from Auburn Hills and Pontiac, unmarked cars, marked cars, and joining that caravan to get to the high school.
Lights and sirens?
Yes.
What did you observe when you approached the Oxford High School complex?
When I arrived at the school, I saw some Oakland County deputies that I'd known from prior cases, as well as other people from other departments starting to run towards the school. At that point, I don't exactly recall when I learned that the shooter was in custody, but I knew there was no gunfire going on and no one was moving as if the threat was still active. It became clear to me that not the scene was secure, but that the threat had been either eliminated or detained.
Did you see any students in the parking lot or around?
No.
Were you able to determine where the students were?
Yes, as I drove past, I believe it's the Meyer there, it seemed like there was way more cars than normal in that parking lot, so I assumed that's where they were meeting.
Okay. So you approached the building and did you enter the building?
Yes.
Which entrance? Can you pull?
It would have been...
Never mind, it's going to be too much. We had a map of the school that we admitted earlier, but where in relation to that hallway did you approach the building?
I arrived at the main entrance, which would be off Ray Road, and where the parents would drop off their students in the morning or pick them up in the afternoon and the buses go. I arrived at that entrance.
Okay, when you approached the entrance, were you allowed in?
Yes, my law enforcement status was verified and I was allowed to enter the building, yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what you did.
As I entered, I realized that they were on their, I believe at that time, their second clear of the building to make sure that it was safe. Again, I had worked with other individuals from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and they informed me that Lieutenant Willis was in charge. At that time, I thought the best use of my federal abilities and assistance would be to locate the firearm and start the urgent trace.
So I just want to stop you there, backing up. You go into the building, and when you say it was a second clear, so just to make sure everybody knows, that means the students were no longer there.
Yes, the students have been evacuated at that time, yes.
The shooter was in custody. Were you able to learn that?
Yes, during that time is when I learned that the shooter was in custody.
Okay, and what was the scene like when you approached? And how many people did you see?
There were dozens, if not 100, law enforcement officers in the main front office area of the school.
Okay, and you were told that Lieutenant Willis was the ranking officer in charge?
Yes,
Okay, this guy right here.
that's right.
Okay, and did you track him down?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was standing in front of the administrative offices in the front of the school.
Okay, and what did you do?
I told him that I was from ATF. I believe some other people let him know who I was as well. And then I asked if I could get the identifying information and physically observe the firearm used in the shooting.
Why did you do that?
So to start a trace to determine who first bought the firearm, I needed to know the make, model, and serial number of the firearm. And I wanted to physically inspect it to make sure that the information I was getting was accurate.
Okay, but it might seem like an obvious question, but that's also what the ATF does, correct?
Yes, that's our primary role in a situation like this. In addition to being, responding to the active shooter situation, that is the number one thing that we offer that other people can't start themselves. Yeah.
Okay, and so what was Lieutenant Willis's response to that request?
Lieutenant Willis brought me to where the firearm was located. It was in a trash receptacle with some other items, I believe a couple magazines and maybe the shooter's cell phone, and I was allowed to take pictures of those items and markings, and I transmitted that information to ATF Intelligence Research Specialist Michael Malone to start the urgent trace.
Okay, when you say a trash bin, this wasn't a stationary thing. This was someplace, the weapon and the magazines were placed there by some law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, to basically contain them.
Yes.
All right, and had they been touched, do you know?
To my knowledge, that they hadn't been touched. I know the firearm was made safe, and a round was ejected to make sure there was no other additional rounds in the firearm. But other than that, I don't think it had been handled at that point.
Okay, and you immediately started tracing the gun, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you do?
It was learned through that process that an individual in Rochester, Michigan had purchased that firearm.
I'm sorry, Special Agent Liz. Describe the weapon. Were you able to tell what kind of weapon it was?
Yes, it was a Sig Sauer SP 2022 9mm pistol with a specified serial number.
Okay. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, but you were able to find out who owned the gun?
Yes. So based on the tracing process, which ATF can contact the manufacturer to find out who they sold the firearm to, and that would be a federal firearms licensee. Most people call them gun stores, but they're federally licensed gun stores. Through that process, that gun store gets contacted, and then they provide the information that identifies the first purchaser of the firearm in interstate commerce. And that information identified an individual in Rochester. Two special agents went and spoke to that individual, who stated they sold it back to the gun store in Oxford, and then those agents then responded to Oxford.
How quickly was that happening?
Within an hour.
They found out in an hour to go to this individual in Rochester who said he already sold it back to the federally licensed store.
Yes, I don't know how long it was between the actual start of the tracing process to when they eventually made it back to the gun store, but it was very quick.
And again, the way you trace a weapon is what? Can you tell the jury?
Yes. So the tracing process, federal firearms licensees, gun stores have to maintain records. It's called the 4473 that shows who they sold the firearm to. They're paper copies held at the business. And so ATF would contact the manufacturer to find out who the manufacturer sold this firearm to.
But how do they identify which gun it is?
It's based on the make, model, and serial number of the firearm.
So every firearm has its own individual serial number?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What you said agents were doing that, and they ended up at the store where the gun was sold back to, correct?
Yeah,
all right.
correct.
What were you doing during this time?
At that time, I had looked for Lieutenant Sam Marsban of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. I had, again, worked with him on prior cases and wanted to see what I could assist with. It became clear that the Oakland County Sheriff's Office was beginning to type a search warrant for a residence in Oxford, the Crumbley residence on East Street. And I began gathering facts and creating timelines for Lieutenant Marsban to use in the search warrant affidavit.
Okay, and at some point did you find out what the other special agents found out from the gun store and who that gun was sold to?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
It was sold to James Crumbley on November 26, 2021.
Okay. At that point, you said you started assisting Lieutenant Marsban?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do?
As a part of those responsibilities, Detective Wogrowski was pulling the surveillance video of the school for the shooting, and I started to create a timeline of events and pass that information along to Lieutenant Marsban, as well as, I believe, looking for Ethan's class schedule to determine his whereabouts throughout the day.
Okay. When you learned that the gun was sold on November 26th to James Crumbley, before we get to that, how old do you have to be to purchase a gun in Michigan? Well, under federal law, how how old you have to be?
Under federal law, to purchase a handgun from a federal firearms licensee, you have to be 21 years old.
Okay, and do you know under state law?
Yes, based on my participation in this investigation and others, to buy a handgun from a federal firearms licensee, under federal law is 21. If you're buying a firearm from an individual in the state, that requirement's not there. It's not a federal law to do that. It's 18 years old.
Okay. And to be clear, we're talking about handguns?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not James Crumbley or anyone else in the household had owned any other firearms?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you determined that?
Yes, as a part of taking part in the search warrant at the Crumbley residence, I learned that James Crumbley had previously purchased 2 firearms from that same gun store in Oxford.
Okay, and what were the names of those firearms? What kind of handguns?
There was a Cobra Classic ENT Derringer 22 caliber, as well as a Kel-Tec P17 22 caliber pistol.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's already been previously admitted, the actual physical evidence, and we are going to, per the protocol, put our gloves on and we're handling it. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? Okay. I'm handing you what's is marked and admitted as People's 32, Exhibit 32. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is the Sig Sauer SP 2022 9mm pistol that was used in the school shooting.
Okay, and just so the jury knows, you've made that safety handle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just hand it to you for a second, just so everyone can see it. Do you know about how much that weighs? It's heavy. For me, it's heavy.
Yeah, it's not a light firearm, no.
Okay. That's previously admitted.
It's Exhibit 32.
It's Exhibit 32. Special Agent, that is the murder weapon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the significance of a 9mm versus another handgun? Particularly the Derringer and the Kel-Tec.
So it would refer to the caliber. So the caliber is measured in the diameter of the bore of the firearm. The bore would be where the projectile or bullet expels from the firearm. If it's the 22, it's just the measurement versus the 9mm, meaning that the 9mm is a bigger round than the 22.
Okay. I don't think they saw that. So
Yep.
the bore, I'll take it first. The bore you're referring to is right here?
Nope, it would be where the projectile actually would come out of.
Here.
No.
Nope, it would be through, if you actually, this would be considered the bore, and that is the side. The diameter of that is the caliber.
Does she
of
not
the
know where the bullet
specific
comes out of?
round and
Can you just
firearm.
hold it up just a little bit so
Yes.
that the jury can
Does
see?
she not know where the bullet comes out? Oh my God, she made a mistake twice.
You were able to determine that the...
Is this the bore? No, that's the recoil spring.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
Is this the bore?
Were you
No, it's still the recoil spring.
Those weapons
Oh my
were
God.
purchased?
Yes, one was purchased on this June 15th and picked up on June 16th. That would be
The bullets come out here.
Classic,
The bullets come out of the big hole area.
the ENT.
That's where the bullets
Derringer.
come out.
And then on June 16th, James Crumbley purchased the Kel-Tec P17.
It's okay, they've only had a
Did not
couple
pick it
years
up
to
till
get
the
this right.
17th of June.
Okay, let me
bad.
take this for a second.
Well, I question at this point why she's allowed to handle a firearm at all, to be honest.
33. You can just grab that out of the box.
Yep.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep, this is the Cobra Classic Derringer purchased on June 6th, picked up on June 16th.
Okay, can I have that for a second
Yes.
so I can see? Does everyone see that? Okay. So this is significantly smaller than the 9mm. What is, you said earlier it's the caliber, but some might look at
Do you
this
want
and
to take
say
a guess
it
where the
doesn't
bullets
even
come out on
look
this
like a
one?
handgun.
Do you want to take a guess where the
Very
bullets
small.
come out on this gun?
It is very small, and it only has a 2-round capacity for the firearm, but it is still a firearm, yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to hand you People's 34. What is that?
This is the Kel-Tec P17 22 caliber pistol purchased by James Crumbley on June, picked up on June 17th.
Okay. So I've just handed you and admitted 3 separate weapons that were in the Crumbley household. This was the murder weapon referred to. You've examined all the evidence in this case. In fact, you're one of the officers in charge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the same gun that was posted by Jennifer Crumbley as a Christmas gift to her son?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that's the gun? Is there anything unique about it? Just looking at it.
Yeah, she doesn't have a good missile discipline. She's
Yes, that's
she's
the
she's
specific
muzzled
make
the
and model,
detective.
and
She's muzzled
obviously
the
the
jury.
number,
Well, actually, worse than that. She literally
for
pointed
the
the gun
purchase
at the
by
jury,
James.
so much
Okay.
as muzzling.
This is-
But
and
yeah,
this
her
is the
her
Kel-Tec.
discipline leaves something to be
Significantly
desired.
lighter. Do you know how much each weighs?
I don't know off the top of my head how much each weighs, but it is lighter than the SIG and the Derringer. Or
Okay.
the Derringer and the SIG or the Kel-Tec are less than the SIG.
Okay. Can you tell me what the difference is in terms of caliber between the Derringer, the Kel-Tec, and a 9mm? Actually, can you tell the jury?
Yes, so the Derringer on the top is a 22 caliber, the Kel-Tec in the middle is a 22 caliber, and the SIG Sauer is a 9mm.
Okay, so what would you typically use a Derringer and a Kel-Tec for?
Generally speaking, target practice, I guess some may use it for self-defense. I would say more than 9mm for self-defense and target shooting.
Okay, and you said you investigated hundreds of shootings.
Yes,
Okay, any multiple victim shootings?
yes.
All right, have you ever responded to an investigation or a scene on multiple victim shootings where a Derringer was used?
I can't say for certain if a Derringer was used, but a 22 caliber, regardless of the type of firearm, I don't believe in my career I've ever worked a multiple victim case with a 22 caliber scene.
Okay, why is that?
This is like, again,
Your
like I
Honor,
said,
I would object to that. That would be speculation on why he hasn't.
Yeah, there's probably a better question. But he doesn't know when.
Can I just get some leeway and I cleared up. I'm just going to get to that question very, very quickly.
Well, because that does call for speculation, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What is the weapon you normally see if on a multiple victim shooting?
Your Honor, I would object to the relevance of this. This case is about the SIG Sauer being the weapon. We don't dispute that. We all know that.
Response?
My response is that weapon is more dangerous.
Your
It causes
Honor,
more damage.
I object to this record.
I'm
I
just-
object to making this record in front of the jury. Ms. McDonald is using this opportunity to tell the jury information that I'm objecting to, and I'm asking if we can approach.
Okay.
Do you want us on the hall? Or-
Actually, the whole.
Going to show in our case the reason why that weapon, the 9mm, was purchased and why it's significantly different. That is, and it's absolutely relevant. It has to do
You're going
with,
to present other evidence that will show why that.
yes, including statements of the shooter.
Your Honor, I think that's extremely.
Well, there are some statements that are coming into the trial, right?
There are, Your Honor, but there is no way the prosecutor can prove this weapon was bought to kill people specifically by James Crumbley or Jennifer Crumbley. And this case is about Jennifer Crumbley. It's not about Ethan. It's not about James.
Okay, so part of it is about what they knew though, right? Part of it is about what the parents knew.
Part of it is about what the parents knew, but there is no evidence to lay a foundation.
Is this all in the
that
presence of the
client
jury
knows
now?
Anything about the deadly capability of these guns? Nothing. She has no.
It
There
sounds
has
like
been no
it sounds like
foundation.
an argument she's going to make in defense and in her defense, and she has a right to. I just want to be able to have my witness testify about what kind of weapon this is and what the reason you have a 9mm versus a 22.
Well, I guess a better question is that you can shoot more bullets out of that quicker. Is that what you want to know?
That and
No,
the
I
type
sound
of
like
damage
that.
those bullets can
I
do.
know a lot about guns you can take. Right?
I thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm not sure every member of the jury does, so I'm trying to explain it to people who are not familiar with firearms.
Okay.
This
Yeah,
feels
no, I-
sloppy.
Part of what
We're having this entire discussion in front of the jury. That feels a little sloppy.
But it's a fact question that the SIG can eject more rounds quicker. You can shoot rounds quicker from the SIG
I don't
than the
know.
other two.
I don't know that that's necessarily true.
So if you just give me a couple questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you. What
Okay,
is the
good
difference between
Lol, ATF guy corrected the judge, right? The judge's like, oh, you can short move rounds quicker. And the ATF guy's like, I'm not sure that's necessarily true. Judge just got told by ATF guy. Eat it. Eat it.
the SIG and a 22?
It's the size of the round is the main difference. And
Okay, the size of the actual bullet, for lack of another. I
Yeah,
know
correct.
you say round. Okay.
Yes.
And why does the size matter?
The size matters because
The jury can't have gone out in the hallway. No, that's not true, because the jury didn't come back. No, she asked if they were going to go into the hallway, which never happened. The jury didn't go into the hallway. I know that because they were asking questions. Then the jury they never brought the jury back. We never. Yeah, this whole thing happened in front of the jury. Outstanding.
the larger the bullet, the bigger the hole.
Okay, more damage, whatever it is you're shooting.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure you can necessarily say the larger the bullet, the bigger the hole, therefore more damage the larger the bullet. I'm not sure that's necessarily the correct conclusion.
All right.
Smaller bullets might cause more damage depending on
You
other
said,
factors.
When all of the other
Such as how much
special
gunpowder
agents
there is.
were,
You know, a
finding out
223 is a pretty small
were
bullet,
still at the school.
but it causes a bit more damage than a 9mm, doesn't it?
About
Doesn't it?
with Lieutenant
Yeah.
Crumbley.
Yes, I was watching the surveillance video from the school documenting the shooter's path through the day as well as his actions during the shooting.
Okay, and what were you able to view?
The actual surveillance video of the shooting taking place.
And who showed that to you?
I was with Lieutenant Marsban and Detective Wogrowski.
Okay, when you say the actual surveillance, what does that mean?
So there was an administrative office inside the high school that had the computer system with this, the surveillance video playing on a large monitor. I was in that room reviewing the footage as it played.
Okay, and we're going to get back to that, but at some point, did you actually go to the home?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Lieutenant Marsban had
This morning, the judge was advised they couldn't mute the mics, so she said no sidebars. The court would have to go to the hallway for a sidebar. They can't mute the mics? There's not an off button for the judge's mic? What bullshit is this? What bullshit is this?
obtained the search warrant at that time, and I responded to assist with the search warrant.
And when you arrived, who else was there, if anyone?
Multiple detectives from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and also Lieutenant Marsban.
Did you actively search the home, or were you just present?
I actively assisted in the search.
Okay. Did you recover anything in the house related to these weapons or relating a case, anything? What did you find? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I was present for the recovery of evidence, and I also observed 2 targets on the wall in what would be the, I guess you'd call it the shooter's childhood bedroom, which shares a wall with his parents'
Okay.
bedroom.
Before we get to that, did you recover these two handguns in the house?
I was not the one who recovered them, but I was present when everything was there.
Okay.
Yes.
Were any other cases or boxes or anything related to the firearms recovered?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's 35.
I'm sure with the right load,
Can you tell the
you
jury
could make a
what-
22 more deadly than a 9mm
Well,
too.
what that is.
Yes, this is the.
I mean, you'd
pistol
have to
case
try,
came with the Kel-Tec
But
pistol,
with the right
firearm
load
on
in the
table.
9mm and the right load in the 22, I think you could probably make the 22
And
more
you
deadly
previously
if you really were out to try.
testified with the other witness, this was purchased June 21st.
It'd be June 17th.
Oh, I'm sorry, June
on that.
17th,
Yes.
okay. All right, and does that case have a locking mechanism?
It's not locked now. There are 2 holes in it, like most standard pistol cases, where if you needed to lock it, you could slide standard locks through each one of these holes.
Let's see this. So these holes right here.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a cable? Is that what you do with a cable?
No, we're going to get to that, Your Honor. I promise.
Oh my God. Oh, help me, Lord. The judge says, is that what you do with the cable? Oh. Oh. This is going to be painful on gun rights. This is going to be painful when it comes to firearms, isn't it? This is just going to be painful when it comes to firearms. Okay.
Okay, can you open that case? Okay, do you know where that case was found?
Yes, it was in the kitchen, I believe, underneath the Highlander in a cabinet.
Okay. And if I can see this for a second, you open it up, and what's inside this Kel-Tec case?
That is a cable lock.
Okay. Is this how it was discovered? Was this cable lock in the Kel-Tec case when this was found?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to hand you the cable lock, and can you tell the jury exactly what that is?
Yes, so a cable lock is used as a mechanism to make a firearm inoperable, and it's something you have to defeat to operate the firearm.
What do you mean, defeat?
So you have to find the key, unlock it, or take it off in some other way to load and discharge the firearm.
Okay. When you examined that for this first time, what, if anything, did you notice about it?
I noticed there wasn't much wear and tear. The packaging didn't have many markings on it, as if the cable lock had been taken in and out. It's very wide, so taken out many times, there'd be more markings on the sides of this cable lock. It looks almost new.
Does it look like it's ever been disturbed?
No.
How many keys go with a cable lock?
Generally, you receive 2 keys on the same key ring for 1 cable lock.
Okay, are there 2 keys in there?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else about this?
No.
All right. Have you ever opened this up?
No.
And as far as you know, no one's actually disturbed this?
Not to my knowledge. no.
Okay, so this is in the same condition as it was when it was found in the Kel-Tec case, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Can this be used on all of these handguns?
It can be used on the Kel-Tec pistol and the Sig Sauer pistol. I'm not sure how small that cable is for the Derringer. It may fit, I'm not quite sure.
Okay, thank you. This is Exhibit 39,
Yeah,
the cable lock,
oh, the lock is separate.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
and that's admitted.
Also, just not for nothing, what is with this
All right,
prosecutor's shirt?
Admitted as People's 36.
What is the design on her shirt?
And what is that, Special Agent?
This is a black safe with a combination on the front.
Also, this
It was
pattern
found
on
in
her
the
jacket is like
only
confusing me
parent's
to look
bedroom
at.
On the shelf in the TV stand or dresser where they kept their TV.
Okay, how many numbers is the combination?
It's 3.
All right, and what is it set at?
000.
All right, what's significant about 000?
That is generally the factory default for a lot of safes.
Okay, so even though to some people who aren't familiar with firearms, this might look like a box, this is actually what you refer to as a gun safe, correct?
Yes.
You'd call this a safe?
I would call that a safe, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, was found inside this safe?
Both the Derringer and the Kel-Tec pistol were located inside that safe.
Okay, I'm going to hand this back to you. And then I'm going to hand you the Kel-Tec that was found in it. And if you could place that in there as it was found, you can.
Imagine the slide was forward on this when it was found.
And then I'm handing you the Derringer. Okay. Can I see that back? Is this how these two handguns were found in the bedroom of Jennifer and James Crumbley?
Yeah, I don't recall the exact positioning, but both were placed in that safe, yes.
Okay. And it was closed and locked to 000.
I'm not sure the combination at the time when it was recovered. I know that the combination is 000.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to examine this and determine whether or not the SIG fit in this safe?
Yes, the SIG is too large of a firearm. The safe will not close with that firearm inside the safe being the SIG.
Okay. Will it not close if there's one of the other handguns, or it won't fit no matter, regardless of whether another handgun was in there?
It will not fit by itself or with another firearm. It will not close.
Okay. All right. I'm handing you what's been admitted as People's 31. What is that?
This is the pistol case for the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol used in the school shooting.
Okay. So, in other words, that is the case that this SIG was sold in?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know where that was found in, where was it recovered, if you know?
It was located on the bed in the Jennifer and James Crumbley's bedroom next to an empty box of Patriot Defense ammunition.
Okay. And does that have a locking mechanism?
It doesn't have one inserted, but as the other pistol case, there are 2 holes in the pistol box that you could place a locking mechanism through to secure the case.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I would just object as to foundation for where the gun case was found, because this special agent came in after other law enforcement had pulled that case.
We're doing
out,
speaking
opened it,
objections
and put it
now?
on the bed. And so it's very misleading for this jury to hear that this gun case is just laying on a bed. And so I would just ask that there be foundation laid about how he.
Okay, I understand. So,
could we respond?
yeah.
Okay.
But Judge, he was on scene at the search warrant scene.
He was on the search warrant scene, but what she's saying is he initially the one that found that case, and was it found on the bed? Can you clarify?
It was found on the bed, but I think at least 2 times Ms. Smith said she didn't object to foundation on our exhibits, in which case it sounds like she does, because that's a foundational question. And
That's not true. I object to the question. I don't object to the exhibit. I object to the foundation about the testimony of that being found on the bed, making it sound like these parents left it out on the bed.
we're happy to have we have Officer Stoic to.
When you saw the gun case, it was on the bed?
No.
No.
Not when I was in the search warrant house, no. When I was in the house for the search warrant, I did not observe it on the bed. No, at that point, it had been moved off the bed.
Okay.
We're happy to bring that in through another officer.
Okay.
No problem. Okay.
Can we get clarification then on where he saw this gun case? I can ask on cross. I'm sorry. Never mind.
When's the first time that you had a chance to examine that, Special Agent?
I believe it was
What the fuck is going on in this trial right now? What the hell? What the fuck is going on? Okay, this is not the sort of formal thing we're normally used to seeing. This is a little bit more informal than we're used to seeing. Okay, all right.
on the with the other evidence, either on the kitchen counter or on the dining room table inside the Crumbley house. Once I arrived on scene.
So you saw it that day?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can place it on the ledge there so the jury can see it, Can you turn it around? Is it clasped right now?
Are you, you're moving for submission, right?
It's already admitted.
I don't think it was anymore.
Oh, she stipulated to the admission. And,
You know what happened? It was listed under a different witness, but we do stipulate.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Could you, is it clasped completely right now?
Yes.
Okay, could you, can you, would you mind if you stand right there?
Yep.
They're all like trying to stand up to see.
At this point, I think between the prosecutor, the defense lawyer, and the judge, the ATF witness may be the most competent person in the room.
So, is that okay, Judge? Okay. I'd like you to demonstrate how to open that for the jury. If you could just maybe place it on the ledge so that they...
Can you all see it?
Your Honor, we can't see it. Can we?
You can look if you want.
Okay. Or can we just see it maybe twice, like show them and then? Thanks.
This is going to be a long trial, guys, I think. Buckle in.
And I'm sorry, can we just see? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then if you could clasp it back. Okay, so special agent, I know it sounds like a silly question, but it makes a noise when you open it and clasp it back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get to that in a second. I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's just a lot of exhibits, and I want to make sure I get to everything.
No, that's why I asked about that. So, yeah, okay.
Right about now, he's thinking to himself, maybe I should have gone to law school. I could have done better.
All right.
Or stayed in law school, rather.
You don't have to, well, do you want me to hold that for now? Or do you?
I can put it on the ground.
When you heard Ms. Spack testify about what is provided.
There's also a half-decent probability that some of the jurors are smarter than the defense lawyer, prosecutor, and judge. I mean, the idea that someone on the jury might be a gun owner, there's a pretty decent probability that some of the jurors. I wonder if one of the jurors really wants to facepalm right about now.
With somebody when they purchased a handgun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she mentioned materials from the ATF.
Yes.
Okay. There's a pamphlet actually provided, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm approaching. Is this a copy of the pamphlet?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the title of it is?
It's the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice.
All right. And if you open up the pamphlet, what are the first two items?
Thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Appreciate it.
Yes.
That's a demonstrative aid 237, which is
Right. I'm going to get to it. Okay.
So at the top it says Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice. The first bullet point says the misuse of handguns is a leading contributor to juvenile violence and fatalities. Number 2, safely storing and securing firearms away from children will help prevent the unlawful possession of handguns by juveniles, stop accidents, and save lives.
How familiar are you with that pamphlet?
From this investigation, pretty familiar.
Okay. And what is the purpose in the law around, if you know, why is that included in every sale?
I think the title of the pamphlet speaks for itself. It's a Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice. It's putting you on notice that not safely storing your firearms will contribute to juvenile violence.
Okay. You've had an opportunity to examine all of the evidence in this case, probably the digital evidence, the evidence from the phones, the physical evidence.
Don't make Runkle.
Correct?
Don't make Runkle
Okay.
watch this.
And what
Don't-
did
don't
you
make
notice
Runkle watch
when
this.
there-
That's just
the gun,
mean.
The SIG was.
Don't be
photographed
mean to
by a
Runkle.
shooter,
That's not fair.
And then a couple of the other images taken. Was the pamphlet with it?
In some photos it was, in others it was not.
Okay. And up until recently, what did you think happened to the pamphlet that was sold with the SIG?
Your Honor, I would object to speculation.
Yeah, isn't it speculation?
I'm getting it. I would just ask for a little leeway.
Okay,
It's
why
part
is
of his
it-
investigation.
Wait, why isn't it speculation? What do you think's happened to that?
Did you know what happened to it?
No.
Okay. And then recently, did you discover what happened to it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how?
Preparing for trial, I opened up the Sig Sauer pistol case.
This right here?
No, that would be
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
this one
Okay.
here.
This was in the last week?
Yes.
Okay.
And I noticed that there was a piece of paper underneath the foam, so I lifted up the foam and found a receipt from what we're referring to as the gun store in Oxford for the firearm, as well as the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice.
So it was under the foam in the case that the SIG was stored in?
Yes.
When they left the gun store?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. One moment, Turner. That's 37.
Okay. The one in the cases is.
Yes. Special Agent, what are the requirements once you've been cleared to purchase, and you do purchase a gun in Michigan, once it's cleared and checked and you're allowed to purchase it?
So as
you
a
just
part-
take it home and it's yours and that's it?
No, so as a part of this investigation and others, I am aware that when you purchase a firearm in Michigan and are given a pistol sales record by the federal firearms licensee, you do have 10 days to take that to basically local or county law enforcement.
Okay, were you able, or are you able to ever determine whether or not that was done for any weapon? How do you do that?
So there's a law enforcement database.
Robert, I would just object. May we please approach?
Okay.
Apparently they can approach or something. I don't know. There's a good question for the day. If a glowy refers to a Fed, does that make Trump, when he was president, a glowy? Was Trump a glowy because he was a Fed? Well, here's your question for the day. Yeah. Yes, please remind. Yeah, Stream Elements. Thank you for reminding us. Have Amazon Prime. You can become a subscriber and pay us for free. I don't know if it'll get overturned or not. The Court of Appeals has already kind of indicated they're not going to do anything about it. We've already been to the Court of Appeals and back. So maybe the Supreme Court of the state will do it, but I wouldn't depend on it. I don't know if it gets overturned on conviction. The Court of Appeals doesn't seem to be interested. We've already been there. Yeah. So we found the mute button. All feds glow. Fair, I guess. All right, I need to use the facilities real quick. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
What is required after you purchase a weapon, legally purchase a weapon?
So based on both work experience and personal experience buying firearms, we're instructed to take that pistol sales record to the local or county law enforcement within 10 days of the purchase.
Okay. That's different from having a CPL?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to the jury about what that is. I think sometimes people get confused if they think once you get your CPL, then you don't have to register it, or vice versa.
So a concealed pistol license basically is just a permit to carry the weapon on your person within the state of Michigan. It's called a concealed pistol license.
Which is not an issue here, but it's different than registering the firearm.
Yes.
Okay, and I think the last question I asked was, is there a way the ATF can determine whether or not a handgun was registered in Michigan?
There's a way that state, local, and federal law enforcement can query in Michigan to determine if a firearm has firearm's registered. Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jury how that?
Yes. So there's a law enforcement database that state, local, and federal have access to that you query the serial number of the firearm, and it determines. It'll pop up who the firearm is registered to if it's registered.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, and so the Derringer, was this registered?
No.
Okay. And the Caltech, was this registered?
No.
Okay. And then the SIG, was that registered?
No, it was not. But I will say that there is a.
He had some time to
He
do
had some
that.
time to still drop it off after, but there were events that occurred. Obviously, the shooting happened within that 10 days.
Right. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. So we previously admitted the trigger lock statement, and Mark's going to try to pull that up and keep track of. There it is, and it's People's 38. Whose signature is that? If you know, what's the name on the statement?
Under purchaser, it says James Crumbley.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what this trigger lock statement means at the top? The boxes and
Yes.
what it indicates because they're checked.
So this form was provided by the gun store in Oxford during the purchase. It was filled out by both James Crumbley and Cammie Beck during the purchase. And the first part says, this sale included, the first box that checked is, it says, a trigger lock or other device designed to disable a firearm and prevent the discharge of a firearm, or a gun case or storage container that can be secured to prevent unauthorized access to the firearm. Basically mean that those two things have been provided because those boxes are checked. In this case, being the cable lock and the gun case itself, if you put locks in it, could be locked.
Okay. Thank you. And that's been previously admitted. I want to take you back to watching the surveillance of the shooting. And when I asked you, what does that mean? From what time to what time were you able to watch surveillance in the school?
Are you referring to the actual time of the day?
No, how much surveillance did you watch, and what did it include?
I watched a majority of the footage, including Ethan's whereabouts through the day, or the shooter's whereabouts through the day, and then also the actual shooting itself and the aftermath of that.
Okay, and if you know, were you able to determine how many rounds were fired?
32.
Okay, and watching the surveillance from an investigative standpoint, was anything interesting or caused you to take other steps?
Yes, there were three main things that caught my attention during the video, specifically during the shooting.
There were three things?
There were three things, yes.
Okay, can you list them for the jury?
Yes, so first, as the shooting began, the shooter was using only one arm for a majority of the first part of the shooting. And then as he moved down the hallway and Tate comes into view of the screen, he takes a two-handed shooting grip, takes I would call a shooter stance, feet wide, his shoulders roll forward, and he takes aim with using the sights and fires one round.
When you say using the sights, what do you mean?
Meaning that there's a mechanism on the firearm that allows you to take aim. If I can.
Yep. Okay, I'm handing you the SIG, which is the murder weapon. Can you show the jury? You're might have to stand up.
Yes. So here you see how there's two white dots back here. And I'm sorry for this is a safe firearm. The two dots back here are considered the rear sight. See that over there? And if you line up the front sight with the rear sight, that is how you aim a firearm. In the video, I noted that Ethan did that on the shooter did that on the first shot, as well as the second shot he took at Tate.
Okay, Special Agent, we have not shown that surveillance video at this point. So I'm going to try to provide some context. And what did you, when you were watching this, and you mentioned the stance and lining up the sights, was the shooter rushing? Was the shooter going at a fast pace? Can you describe what you saw?
Yes, during that specific portion, he came to a dead stop and took aim, and then as he moved forward, he walked 2 or 3 steps forward and then took aim again and discharged the firearm.
And what seemed remarkable about that to you,
Well,
if anything?
Your Honor, I just object to the relevance. This is not the trial for the shooter.
Your Honor, the knowledge of firearm proficiency is absolutely relevant, and it is a contested fact, and it is relevant to these proceedings.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. I hope you guys do understand that, right? Some of these things overlap, but you were carefully chosen to distinguish between what the shooter did and what we're here about. And we all trust you to do that. So I know it's difficult and an emotional day, but some of these things are not to horrify or upset you, but to let you know some of the circumstances. So I hope that you separate those things.
And it is offered precisely what he's testifying to about the proficiency with the firearm that the shooter had.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it.
Thank you. What, if anything, was remarkable about that?
When I first saw it, I immediately said to others in the room that I thought that the shooter had been to a shooting range or had had training in firearms.
And that's based on what you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Particularly with the shot fired that killed Tate Neer, was there anything about that other than the stance?
It was the stance, the way he rolled the shoulders forward, and then the way as he walked up to take the second shot that he re-established a stable shooting platform to take the second shot.
Okay. Thank you. The entire shooting lasted how long, if you know?
The entire shooting, I don't recall the exact length of time, but it was less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Were you able to observe any loading of magazines in the SIG? And I should back up. What is a magazine?
So a magazine is the part of the firearm that contains ammunition that's loaded in the magazine while the firearm.
And I'm sorry to keep doing this, but
Sure.
Can you show the jury where a magazine, how you would load a magazine if you had one?
Yes. So I think there's actually one in the SIG evidence box here. So this is a...
Could you stand up so I can
Yes.
see?
So this is a SIG Sauer pistol magazine. It's a 15-round magazine. This would be inserted into the magazine when it's loaded with ammunition. You would then send the slide forward, chambering it around, and at that point the firearm's ready to be discharged.
Okay. And you said 32 rounds were fired?
Yes, there were 32 fired cartridge casings or shell casings that were recovered from the school, yes.
And there were how many in a magazine?
The SIG Sauer magazine is a 15-round magazine, and you can also fit an additional round in the chamber for a total of 16 rounds.
Okay. Did you ever observe on the video the shooter reloading?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Yes, so I believe it was the first time the shooter reloaded. The magazine was empty, and he loaded a new magazine into the firearm. At another point, this was the second thing that I thought was notable in the surveillance video, he conducted what at ATF we're trained as a tactical magazine exchange. I know other agencies call it a combat reload, but basically he wasn't ammunition in the firearm yet, but he knew...
I forgot to unmute myself when I came back from the bathroom.
Why are
Just
you
all
trained
kinds
to
of
do
fails going
combat
on today.
To make sure that you always have more rounds in your magazine, so that that you have
I'm a
sufficient
professional.
ammunition.
I'm a professional.
So if
I'm a
you
professional.
had half of a magazine, you would eject it, not throw it on the ground, you would put it in your pocket in case you need it, and then you load a full magazine, so now you're back to full capacity.
And what were you trained would be the purpose for that? When would you have cause to do that?
So for us, we're trained if we're involved in a shooting. If you do that, that way you have a fully loaded magazine in case you need to re-engage a threat. Obviously, the circumstances here were obviously different.
Okay. Thank you. One moment. Okay. That was the first thing. There were two other things.
So the first was his shooting stance. The second was the tactical magazine exchange. The third thing was after the shooter exited the bathroom where he gave himself up. Eventually, he ejected the magazine out of the firearm and placed it on top of a trash receptacle, which I found odd at the time because if you were just doing a school shooting, it seemed odd to take the magazine and make a firearm safe.
Walked out of the bathroom, and the evidence showed that is where Justin Schilling was killed. He walked out of the bathroom, and you say he took the magazine out, and you're saying that is making the firearm safe.
Yes, I don't believe he ejected around from the chamber. I don't recall right now. I don't believe he did. But yes, he separated the magazine from the firearm as if you were at a shooting range and taking the magazine out and setting it on like your shooting
stationary
platform.
trash can.
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do after that?
At that point, he got on the ground and was shortly thereafter taken into custody by sheriff's deputies.
Okay. And when he was was he standing? Was he laying down? Was he sitting?
No,
kneeling?
he got into he was kneeling and then got into the prone position with his hands up.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not he used anything to protect his ears?
During the shooting?
Yes.
I don't recall, no.
Okay. I just want to make sure we got all three things.
Yep, that is all.
Okay. So after you determined that what you considered it proficiency or somewhat?
Yes, there was some level of firearms training exhibited in the surveillance video.
Okay. And so what did you do next?
So the following day, after knowing that ranges would be open in the morning, also additional information came in during the investigation that there was possibility that the family had been to a firearms range recently. I began looking for evidence of James, Jennifer, or Ethan Crumbley at shooting ranges in the area.
Okay. And is this part of a normal investigation you would do in a shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And so you started going to local shooting ranges?
No, I began calling. The first one I called was the most popular range probably in this area. And upon calling, they confirmed that they did have information and asked that I come in and verify my identity.
Okay, and how far away was that from the Crumbley home?
Not too far. It was in Clarkston, Michigan, so a couple towns over.
Okay. Did you go to the range?
Yes.
All right. And what did you? What kind of information were you seeking?
So the range provided multiple receipts from showing that James and Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley had been at the range in the past, as well as surveillance video documenting range visits on September 25th and on November 27th. I believe that's 3 days prior to the shooting.
Okay. Let's start with exhibits 40 and 41. Is that what? These. Well, I'm going to ask you there. Okay. Special Agent, what is on the screen?
These are Facebook messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley.
And how were these retrieved?
Through a search warrant served on Facebook.
Okay. You also, in the investigation, reviewed downloading from the actual phones, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were these messages still on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
I know they were on James's phone. I don't recall if they were on Jennifer's phone.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I stipulated, but my copy does not have these stars on it, and they have eliminated some of the messages on this
I
exhibit.
think that's why the stars are there.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, so I object.
We're happy to provide all of the messages. We were just to be concise regarding these messages are offered to show Jennifer Crumbley's knowledge that they were at the store and the range, but I was just trying to be concise. But we're happy to give it all to the jury.
For the interest of completion, Ms. Smith, I'll admit any portions of those that you would like.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would ask for the whole, they gave me the
You have it
entire
all.
exhibit.
You have it all.
Okay, I have it all, but what you're putting up here is not it all. So,
We're happy to provide all of it. We're just going to talk about these two, and she can. And we'll provide every single thing possible to the jury. I'm just trying to not go through all of the messages that weren't pertinent to the shooting.
we're just taking slivers out. This is the problem. This is,
The whole exhibit's going to come in, but that's
Okay.
the reason that the stars are there, to show that it's not a complete chain, that
Okay.
there's something in the middle. But I will admit the entire text chain, and you are also happy to present to the jury the entire text chain.
okay, thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, there's no evidentiary requirement that we have to publish every text message in a 2,000 page string if we want to pull out. I'm not trying to misrepresent.
There isn't. But
Okay.
I'm just saying that if Ms. Smith would like those in, I would be happy to admit them for the purposes of completion.
We want it all in, so we're happy. We'll stipulate to it. This was only taken out not to deceive as much as to try
Oh my
to
God,
educate
stop arguing
these
about it.
ones about the gun range. But there's
Stop
a lot
talking.
of content about things like
This discussion was over 40 seconds ago. Stop talking.
Okay, so can you read those to the jury?
Yes, so this is dated June 15th, 2021. So J.C. Crumbley is Jennifer Crumbley's Facebook account. That's in blue. And it says, talk at 12 o'clock, question mark. And then James Crumbley, who's in green, responds, taking Ethan to store at 12. Jennifer responds, you get gun.
So that the last one was 11:34. That's minus UTC minus 4. Is that 11:34 a.m.?
This has been adjusted to Eastern Standard Time.
So it's really 11:34.
Yes.
Okay. And there's time passes, and now we're at 1:17. And what does Jennifer reply?
Jennifer asks, you get gun.
Okay, and the next slide.
James responds, yes, and it says Mo, but I believe it's supposed to be no. Jennifer questions that, says, huh? And then James says, we paid for the gun and bought it, but can't pick it up till everything clears Washington, in parentheses, FBI. Could be today, tomorrow, or next day. They don't know. Jennifer responds, gotcha. Bring me those fruit punch things when you come to bring hay.
Okay.
Wow, I'm sold.
And that same. Can you read the text on the slide?
Yes, so Jennifer sends a message that asks, how much is your gun? James replies, 300.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 24 that's already been admitted. What are we looking at?
This is a receipt from the gun store in Oxford for the Derringer that we've been talking about.
So this is the Derringer?
Correct.
Okay. And how much was the price?
Total price was $180.15.
Okay. And then the next. Who purchased the Derringer?
James Crumbley.
Okay. What is Exhibit 26?
This is also a receipt from the gun store in Oxford for the Keltec P17 pistol.
So it's this one?
Yes.
All right. And the same day? Were these on the same day purchased?
They were purchased on different days.
Okay. And how much was this?
The gun itself was $299.95.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I want to draw your attention next to I'm sorry, Your Honor, there's just a lot of exhibits and I want to make sure we get it right.
I understand.
Okay. 27? No, we did that. I'm sorry. Facebook messages between James and Jennifer on June 20th, 2021. Can you read those? That's Exhibit 42.
Yes, again, so Jennifer is in blue. It says, can you guys answer your phone? And James responds, no, at gun range, loud.
Okay. And then Exhibit 27. can you tell the jury what these two videos are?
Yes, so there's, on James Crumbley's cell phone, there was a video on the 20th of June at 12:58 p.m. that shows the shooter shooting the Kel-Tec pistol, and then after that, a couple minutes later, there's a video of the defendant's son shooting the Derringer pistol.
And these are it's the same day of the Facebook message before you just read?
Yes.
Okay. And this is Exhibit 43 and 44. So the first video, the shooter's, can you tell which firearm he's using?
Yes, so the first video, the shooter's shooting the Kel-Tec pistol.
This right here?
Yes. and-
Okay. This was the one for $300?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second one was
That-
the Derringer?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, I want to draw your attention to what's been marked as People's 45. Can you tell the jury what this is?
Yes, this is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley sending the video of, it appears to be the second video of the shooter shooting the Derringer.
So the second clip, which was shorter, where the shooter's shooting the Derringer, was sent to Jennifer from James.
Yes.
Okay. And is this a Facebook post?
No, this is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. That's I already said that. That's the second clip, right?
Yes.
And then People's 46. What are we watching, Special Agent?
This is the video that James had sent to Jennifer via Facebook that she then posted, I believe, as an Instagram story that said, Ethan and James Crumbley both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range.
Okay, Ethan and James both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's People's 46, Your Honor. I don't believe there's an objection. I'm going to direct your attention to the Exhibit 47, which was June 26th of 2021. What is that, Special Agent?
This is a receipt from the firearms range in Clarkston for range time and targets.
Okay, and Exhibit 48.
This is a Facebook message of, I believe, the shooter shooting at the range in Clarkston, sent from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley via Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And then 49. Was that the same video that was sent from James to Jennifer on June 26th?
Yes.
And what am I looking at right there?
This is the shooter at the gun range in Clarkston shooting the Keltec pistol with the Derringer visible on the shooting platform.
Okay. And do you know what Jennifer did with that? Where was that posted?
It was posted to an Instagram story on June 26th.
Whose Instagram story?
Jennifer's Instagram story.
And is this the actual Instagram story?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Directing your attention to July 24th of 2021.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, what number was that?
Yeah.
75.
75.
75.
I'm sorry, it's July 25th.
Okay.
Can you tell,
Wait, hang on, I'm so sorry, what number?
It's exhibit number 75, it's July 25th, 2021.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, I was trying to ask him so that we can, so it's 75, what were we just watching?
This is a video taken on James Crumbley's cell phone of Jennifer Crumbley shooting at the Clarkston range, the Keltec pistol.
Okay, this one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, directing your attention to August 19th, 2021, Exhibit 50 and 51. Can you tell me what this is?
Yes, this is a video sent by the shooter to another individual.
All right, and this was already admitted. What are we watching?
This is the shooter holding the Keltec pistol.
This?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he sends the slide forward. There's no magazine or chamber, or no round in the firearm.
Okay, was there any text?
Yeah, well,
message
you
about
would
it? Just
expect
the
logically
image?
contrary in that you could
There were
expect
also texts.
civil suits against
Okay.
the state, but you know how that goes, right? Sovereign immunity
I'm sorry, that
goes a
was
long way.
50 or 51?
So I wouldn't
Going so fast
think
right
about
now,
it.
I can't.
But a bunch of foster parents maybe.
It's 50.
The text is 50, the video is 51.
Okay, the text is 50 that has the video in it, and then the video is 51, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, text is 50, video 51. And I'm sorry, I am so sorry, we're just going so
The
fast.
text contains the video.
And that's at the gun range, the shooter holding the Caltech, or shooting the Caltech, is that correct?
I'm happy to clear it up. Special Agent, what in that image are you able to observe?
It appears to be a couch.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what time that was sent?
I don't recall the exact time. I'd have to look at the text message. I believe it was later in the evening.
Okay, we'll go back to that. What time was it sent, Special Agent?
I believe this is the next video. It was 9:31 p.m.
Okay.
There you go.
Were you able to find another image that showed that the shooter had
ATF
had
guy
access to
corrects
the
her
call?
again. Nice.
Yes. So on that
ATF
same
can't
date,
keep
he sent
the
another
prosecutor
video to
can't keep
same
the exhibit
friend
straight, but the
at
ATF agent
12:30
is.
a.m. With the Keltec.
And this is 52 and 53. All right, Special Agent, you said this was sent at what time?
I believe it was 12:30 a.m.
And on that same day, which was August 19th.
Yeah, I believe it would be now the 20th.
Okay,
of
I'm sorry, the
August, yeah.
20th, because it was after 12. And what do you see in the background that, can you tell the jury what you observed in the background of this photo?
Yes, so
This video, I'm sorry.
this video is taken on the dining room table in the Crumbley residence. Familiar with, after being inside and also reviewing photographs taken at the house during this investigation, that the wood grain matches on that table to the kitchen table in their dining room. In the video, the shooter loads a loaded firearm magazine into the firearm and then chambers around into the firearm.
So, is this a concern to you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why?
Well, as that ATF safety pamphlet states, the access to firearm by juveniles.
Your Honor, I would object because access to firearms by juveniles may be against the ATF pamphlet, but there's no evidence that there's not an adult there or anything happening.
Okay, yeah, he's not commenting on that. You don't know if anybody else was present.
No, Your Honor, I don't.
And Your Honor, I understand but that's argument, and it can be, she can use point that out. Was there?
The judge is also being
message
surprisingly
accompanying
active.
This video to his friend.
The judge is rephrased. I mean, it's not unheard of, but in sort of trials we've seen, this judge is, when we're on day one, and the judge has already asked the witnesses several questions, perhaps because the attorneys can't do it in rephrasing, but, you know, we don't normally see judges this active. Okay, so that's weird. It's just weird. It's weird. It's weird. Things are weird. I don't get it. I don't understand. Well,
Yes.
What was the message?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL.
And
And that is,
Your Honor, also, we've already had extensive arguments about, I am objecting to all hearsay texts between the shooter and his friend that my client and Mr. Crumbley have never seen, and this is one of them.
Your Honor, you've ruled on this several times, and
I ruled on this one.
No.
these are the text messages between the shooter and the other individual. You previously ruled it wasn't there.
I ruled on, I don't recall this one specifically. Was this amongst the ones that was ruled, that were ruled on?
Okay, I'm happy to make it, I believe that you have, but if not, I'm happy to make the argument. This is, even if you haven't ruled on it, it's under the exception of a present sense impression. He's picking up a firearm and in that moment, videoing himself holding it and then saying, my dad left it out, so I thought, why not?
Well, it's in keeping with 803 1, and yeah, it's consistent with 803 1, isn't it?
Your Honor, I just want to reserve all
how am I not a judge, man? That's all I have to say. How am I not a judge? Woof.
prior objections that have already been in motions, and I can rely on that.
Thank you. All right, Special Agent, this is People's Exhibit 54. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is the Google location information for James Crumbley, and it's dated August 19th, 9/29. It's around the time of the first video of the last two that we've seen, and it shows that he's at the Crumbley residence on East Street.
Okay, and the time on that?
It was 9:29 p.m.
Okay, and that's the video of where the couch was in the background.
Correct.
Okay, and then the next exhibit. This is 55. What is this?
This is the Google location information for Jennifer. It also shows that that East Street address, the Crumbley family residence.
Okay, so in other words, both Jennifer and James were home during the photo with when he was holding the Caltech and there was the couch in the background.
Yes.
Okay, and then 56. This is August 20th. So it's the 12:32 where the video was taken and the text, my dad left it out.
Yes.
Okay, and this shows what?
This shows that James Crumbley, the Gmail account associated with James Crumbley, was at the East Street family residence, Crumbley family residence.
Okay, at 1:30 in the morning.
At 12:30 in the
Or
morning.
12:30 in the morning, sorry. All right, and the next slide, 57.
This is the same thing. It's Google location information for Jennifer's account, and it shows that she was at the Crumbley family residence at 12:21 a.m. that day as well, around the time of the video.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to draw your attention to Exhibit 58. September 1st, 2021. This is a message between who?
This is a message between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley on Facebook.
Okay, and the time is 4:56 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does the message say?
Ethan and I are headed to gun range.
Okay. And what are the special agent? This is Exhibits 59 and 60, but can you tell the jury what they are?
Yes, so these are receipts for that day for James Crumbley. It's range time, targets, as well as renting a Ruger LCR .22 caliber revolver and paying for .22 caliber ammunition.
And this is a video, Exhibit 61 of that same day?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and I want to, that's People's 61, and then I want to draw your attention to September 25th. Did either defendant go to a shooting, did this defendant go to a shooting range in Clarkston?
On September 25th, I believe, I don't recall for sure, I believe it was just James and Ethan that went.
So it wasn't this defendant?
No.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not she was aware they were at the range?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
I believe it was the same thing through Facebook messages.
Okay, and this is...
No, it kind of does go to somewhat of the
62,
criminal
this is
liability
a,
for the parents
receipt.
McRib
What was the
because it
receipt?
goes to their
So
knowledge
it's,
and
range
awareness
fee,
of
ammunition,
their son's ability to
9mm
use firearms
rental of
and his
of a
familiarity
9mm
with
pistol,
firearms.
as well as
So it goes
22
to
caliber
part of their
ammunition
knowledge
and,
base that might
targets.
form part of the
And all of
evidentiary
the,
picture as to
videos
their
you were
reckless
able
disregard
to,
of the threat. So it's an evidentiary
Taking
piece.
observe.
I disagree.
Is
That's
this
irrelevant.
the first range video using a 9mm?
This is the first that I could find, yes.
That we know of?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And this is 63.
Yeah. I mean, it's evidence that
What are
it's
we looking
evidence
at,
in the
Special Agent?
direction of guilt. Certainly not
So
just
that's
positive by
James
any means,
Crumbley
but
in a
something.
white sweatshirt and gray baseball hat, and then the shooter is behind him wearing a light gray sweatshirt, dark pants, Nike shoes, and a black hat.
My boom arm is coming to me soon, guys. Amazon is on its way. Exciting. What are they trying to prove? As I said, they're trying to show their parents' awareness of the child's familiarity with firearms and his ability to use the firearm and his proficiency with the firearm, which would speak to part of the, which would arguably, in addition to their knowledge of their son's mental health issues, show perhaps a reckless disregard of a perceivable threat. So it's part of the evidentiary picture.
Special
That's
Agent.
what they're trying to show.
We see 2 firearms there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what, if you can tell.
Please
what,
don't make me explain it again.
Kind of handguns.
So I believe the handgun that the shooter is picking up now is the Keltec, and then the other one was one that they appeared to rent, or to, if they were looking to purchase a firearm, sometimes that the range will let you test it out before you purchase it.
So the one to the right of the shooter what is that, if you know?
Did the shooter have no mental illness to the parents?
I
They
can't
were
say
aware
for
that he
certain.
had mental
It's
issues.
a little grainy.
I'm not sure if the child ever had a formal mental diagnosis. But yeah, he said things like, I see demons in the house and other things. So yeah, they were aware that there was some sort of mental issue with him. Yeah. I mean, we haven't heard that testimony yet, but that's what we understand from the opening statements. So, yeah. So we need to be able to show that they're aware of the mental illness of their son. So we prove that they bought the firearm for their son, perhaps with knowledge of mental illness, although we haven't established that part yet. We proved that he took him out shooting with mental illness, although we haven't established the mental illness part yet. And that showed that he had proficiency with the firearm and knew how to operate the firearm, and they had that knowledge with knowledge of his mental health, although we haven't established that part yet. So that's part of the evidentiary picture. It sure is.
Can you tell the jury what he's doing right now, if you know?
I believe he's having trouble with the firearm discharging. He appears to be having some type of malfunction that he's not able to clear on his own.
Wouldn't it make knowing your son is proficient with guns make it more likely they wouldn't kill someone? I don't see how. Proficiency alone doesn't indicate morality. So whether or not you know a person's proficient with guns in and of itself doesn't tell you anything about their intentions.
Okay,
But
I
if
wanna
you
draw
have
your
knowledge of their
attention
intentions,
then
it certainly
to
is informative.
Exhibit October
So,
3rd.
I don't think that more
2021,
proficiency necessarily means
Exhibit
less
64.
likely. I'm not sure that holds.
What is this?
This is a Facebook.
Less likely to
from
make
James
an
Crumbley,
accident,
Jennifer
perhaps,
Crumbley,
but I don't think it speaks to any
at
intentional
12:01
acts
p.m.
that you're
It
proficient.
says, "Cool, just got cleaning our guns, leaving for range in a few."
Okay, that's 64, and then,
Wait, I'm sorry, Your Honor, can we just slow down for 1 second? Because the exhibits I was given have more content. I just need to,
we'll go as slow as you'd like.
Okay, this
We-
is.
okay, thank
We
you.
separated them to make it easier to read one message at a time.
I understand, but this is different than what you provided me, and I just need to make sure I'm keeping up, so thank you.
I'm happy to go at any pace you'd like.
Thank you,
Neither does mental
Okay,
illness.
so this is exhibit 64.
thank you.
Well,
I'm
in
caught up.
general, perhaps,
Okay, sorry.
but
It's okay.
It's all right, it's all right.
perhaps that's true. But the argument is a little bit more specific here.
65.
So he was
What is
seeing
that?
seeing demons
That's a
apparently,
receipt
which
for the,
speaks
government
to
in Clarkston.
it speaks to his
Dated,
lack of
October
understanding of
2021
reality.
For
So
range
if
time,
he was saying I see
targets,
demons,
and 22 caliber
that speaks
ammunition.
to his inability to determine reality. So that seems bad.
All right.
So yeah, I agree mental health in general, but
Was
we're
this
making
the
a
last,
slightly more specific argument
documented
here as to
visit
him.
before November 26th that we had?
Although we haven't gone to his mental
Okay.
health.
Let's go to November 26th.
So yeah, we haven't gone there in any
What-
testimony,
what
so
date
we
is
don't know
November
exactly the
26th?
specific argument.
About that day.
I'm just
That was the date
speculating
that
a little bit
James
based on
Crumbley,
the
purchased
based on the opening statements.
6-hour SP 2022 pistol for the shooter.
Okay, and that was the day after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Okay. This has been previously admitted. This is the receipt for the SIG, correct?
Yes.
Sociopathy, I'm going to say, is a mental
and that
illness. So I'm
was
going to disagree with you
Paid in cash.
on that
the
one.
amount is
That sociopathy is not a mental
$519.35.
illness.
I
I'm
don't
going
mean to be- I'm
to
just trying to
just going to
get
press
this
the
right.
disagree button on that one. So
I have no objection to that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Okay. And on the 26th, when this occurred, can we go to the next, isn't it? This has also been.
The defense is doing okay, at least on
previously,
cross they're doing
admitted. This
okay.
is the purchaser's information. We've already talked about that.
This is demonic. This is demonic
was-
possession.
I'm not sure if it was.
Well, the law does not recognize any
opening, I
such
believe,
concept,
an
Father
objection to
Martin.
it.
So you're on your own on that one.
Okay.
66.
What is the treatment?
Again,
Just because there's no
this
treatment
is-
doesn't mean it's not a
this is-
mental illness.
This is
That's
the
a dumb
SIG,
argument.
correct?
Yes.
There are any
The
number of
picture
medical
is this- the
conditions for
6-hour
which
pistol, yes.
medicine
Okay.
does not presently have a
And
treatment.
when did Jennifer post about?
Just because we don't have a treatment doesn't mean it's not an illness. That's a
I'm
dumb
sorry.
argument.
I'm sorry, excuse me. This is not Jennifer's post, this is the shooter's post. This is a different post, this wasn't the one.
I don't know what
I
treatments we have for
apologize, I'm confusing you just a
psychopaths.
lot.
But if we have no
What does it
treatments,
say?
it doesn't answer the
So
question.
this is an Instagram post by the shooter that says, just got my new beauty today, 6 hour 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer.
Special Agent, were you able to determine, based on the forensic evidence of the phones, whether or not Jennifer Crumbley followed the shooter's Instagram account?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so this account where he posted, she followed it. We can't say she saw it, but we know she followed it.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and that is a picture of the SIG?
Yeah, so the first picture was the 6 hour in the pistol box. And then the second picture is the shooter holding the firearm. It appears to be inside the Crumbley family residence based on the floor. And then there's the shooter again holding the firearm with the sights aimed in. As you can see that the 3 dots are aligned.
I'm
Okay.
so sorry, what number is that?
It's all part of 66.
66?
This is Instagram post from November 26, 2021.
Okay, thank you. So 66 then has multiple pictures.
3 spots.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
It's the one Instagram account that we know is in common.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have this?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure it's from the
But when it's in piecemeal, I can't tell what's, the number is not on.
They classify as a personality defect.
Right.
Right.
I'm not really sure what the
That's why I'm
difference
having a
is,
hard
but
time,
okay.
so, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what the difference is, but you know, fine.
I was looking for the natural break, so.
This, yeah, I don't think this is the fine time. There's about probably 30 minutes left of this.
Oh, okay, so, yeah, I'm almost, well.
Sorry about that.
I was waiting until cross-examination. I'm so sorry. No, I'm with you. All right, so a few things. You can't discuss your testimony with anyone right now because you're still on the stand.
Understood, Your Honor.
But you can step out and we will come back at 3:15. How's that? All right?
All rise for the jury.
All right, we're on a short break. Uncivil could use the short break, to be honest. So Uncivil's happy for the short break. But yeah, as I was sort of saying, right, we're trying to prove essentially reckless disregard of a known or readily knowable threats that posed a serious threat to life, essentially, for manslaughter. So we have to prove those things. And so this is part of the picture, because in order for it to be reckless, it has to be knowing. It's knowing disregard, or readily, or that a reasonable person would know, right? So whether or not they knew, that a person would know, because like if your willful blindness isn't going to save you. So this testimony from the ATF guy, as well as the testimony from the gunshot person, was to illustrate their knowledge, right? Their knowledge of it, and Ethan's participation in the selection of the firearm. And these tapes are meant to show their knowledge of his use, his ability to use the firearm, his familiarity with the firearm, his ability to use the firearm, his comfort with the firearm, and show that he had the skill set required to execute his ultimate intent. And then if you can show that the child was mentally ill and show that the parents were aware of that, and even with that knowledge bought him a firearm, you know, then you're heading in the right direction. Now, the sort of thing I ultimately trip up on the end of the day is the foreseeability of it. Because the Court of Appeals wrote, and I take the Court of Appeals at their word, that the jury could find that the parents would be able to know that Ethan was going to commit a shooting on that particular day. And that's where I sort of break down from the Court of Appeals. I'm like, I don't know that that's possible. So I don't know how they would know that he was going to do a mass shooting on that particular day. Or that was a thing that they were blind to. Would a reasonable person know that? Seems a little odd. But they're heading in the right direction, right, to prove their case. They're proving the child had a firearm. They're proving the child had a firearm. The firearm apparently was not properly secured. That he had familiarity with the firearm, knew how to use the firearm, the parents were aware of that, and so forth and so on. So this is all relevant evidence. Yeah. And then his parents were called in school and begged by the school to take him home. Well, I believe one of the things they said was to get him treatment within 48 hours. So I don't know exactly what they told them. But then again, we haven't heard testimony as to that aspect yet. So we will hear presumably what the school did or did not say to him as we discover this trial further. I don't know if the school begged or not. We haven't heard testimony to that effect yet. We don't know what the school said. We'll hear it later, I suppose. Where is my boom arm? Yeah, it's coming. It's getting closer. The Amazon truck is coming. I'm excited. Yeah. You know, demons are not. Demons are not. The Bible teaches us that God gave man free will. So, you know, there's that. So, yeah. How you all doing? You doing good? We're having fun. Yeah, well, the media is not a reliable source. The media gets all kinds of things wrong, so that's why we have trials to understand what the facts actually are. I don't really believe in demons, so this discussion is unproductive. I only know what I can prove, and demons by necessity are a matter of faith. So I can't prove it, so I don't know it. So it's not worth talking about. What percent of the law rests upon the word reasonable? Um, I couldn't answer that in any real sense. I can say it's not an uncommon aspect, but I don't know about that. Yeah, we could do a religious debate another time. I'm not sure it's productive right now. The law does not recognize any particular religion, of course. People believe different things. The courts don't believe anything. They're agnostic, I suppose, to the idea. So yeah, we don't really we can't prove it. You know, we can't prove this thing to be true. So it's not something the court would consider, because why would you? Is reckless negligence the same as what I described earlier? Yeah, basically, yes. Reckless negligence is just recklessness. Yeah, so it's the same thing. One does not need religion to know right from wrong. I tend to agree with that. I always like the idea of the silver rule. Just don't do unto others what you wouldn't have done unto you is a pretty good place to start. If you wouldn't want it done to you, don't do it to somebody else. I think is a pretty good rule. It's just at that point, just pure reciprocity, right? I won't do it to you because I don't want it done to me. It's a pure argument from reciprocity. It's like, yep, don't harm me, and I won't harm you. That's good. I like that rule. Treehouse murder has a verdict. Well, let's see if we can cover it. Let's see if we can cover it while we're waiting. What if you're a masochist? Well, see, that's why I like the silver rule as opposed to the golden rule. That's the difference between the silver rule and the golden rule. The golden rule puts it in the affirmative. Yeah, the golden rule is an affirmative injunction. The silver rule is a negative injunction. So that's why I prefer the silver rule to the golden rule, because the golden rule says, do unto others what you would have done unto you. But then you run into the problem about, well, what if you're a masochist or a sadist or something, right? Because what you would want done unto you is not what someone else would want, right? So the positive injunction doesn't work. The positive injunction doesn't work, but the negative injunction does work. That's why I said it very specifically. Don't do unto others what you wouldn't have done unto you. It is not a command to do anything. It's specifically a command to not do things. So as the masochist, I don't know what they wouldn't have done, what they wouldn't have done unto them. But as long as they don't do that to someone else, then, great. Now, as to what they do to that person, we have a whole different set of discussions. But I like the silver rule better. I prefer the negative injunction to the positive injunction. There's some philosophy for the day. They're not back yet. Did chat deceive me? Did chat deceive me? When did the golden rule become silver? It didn't. They're just different rules. They're two different rules. They're just two different rules. One is the golden rule and one is the silver rule. I like the silver rule better. The golden rule didn't become the silver rule. It's just a different rule. I don't know what you're talking about. You do not have to swear in a Bible. That's true. You don't even have to swear, technically. You can just affirm. On Steven Crowder being sued by a BlackRock employee, I have no knowledge of that, so I couldn't possibly comment. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the golden rule isn't necessarily very good because what I would want done unto me isn't what necessarily you would have want done unto you. Yeah, so me putting an injunction on me to positively do to someone else what I would want is actually sort of bad because I'm imposing on them. I'm imposing on them because I'm giving them what I would want, which may or may not have anything to do with what they want. So I actually think the golden rule is kind of bad, but the silver rule is great because it's just like, don't do things. It doesn't tell you anything about what to do. It just tells you about what not to do. Don't do these things. I'm like, yeah, okay. The silver rule makes much more sense. Will they be focusing on proving, arguing against? So far, I think the defense is doing a great job with the witnesses they have, at least on cross. Their crosses have been great. They've shown how the mother isn't really responsible. Now, we haven't gotten crosses as it relates to these witnesses yet. But, maybe later. We'll see. I really hope this treehouse murder trial comes back not guilty. If it comes back guilty, I'm going to be a little bit salty. Because I think that the state doesn't have it or anything close to it. If 12 people can say they find proof beyond a reasonable doubt on this, man, I'm going to be salty. It's going to be salty. The golden rule means the same thing. It does not mean the same thing. It does not mean the same thing. It's a difference between a positive injunction and a negative injunction. The golden rule is a positive injunction. Do unto others what you would have done unto you. It is an injunction to do things. It is a positive injunction. Do things affirmatively, positively. It is not the same thing as the silver rule. It's not even close to the same thing. The golden rule is a positive injunction, an affirmative injunction. You must do this. You should do this. It's an injunction to do things. An injunction not to do things is not all the same. It's not even close to the same. The First Amendment is a bunch of negative injunctions. The Second Amendment is a bunch of negative injunctions. We recognize this concept. Right? The First Amendment and Second Amendment are like, hey, Congress, don't do this. It doesn't tell them anything about what to do. It tells them what specifically not to do. There is a huge difference between a positive injunction and a negative injunction. Yeah, there's a huge difference. Leave people alone is a negative injunction. Don't do this. It's a huge difference. It is not at all the same. It's not even close to the same. Is there a brass rule? There might be other rules too. You can look them up for yourself. Google golden rule, silver rule, and see if there are other metals. There might be. I don't know. Look it up. Do your own homework. Do unto others what they would want done unto them? Maybe, but then of course you'd have to know what that is. And also, it's not necessarily a good thing because what they might want, it might be bad. So people might want evil for themselves. So I'm not sure that really works either. Yeah, so because people might want evil for themselves. So if a person wants me to do evil to them, I don't think I can get away with it not being evil just because they want me to do it. So I'm not sure do unto others what they would want necessarily works either. Negative injunctions are great because it just tells me what not to do. And it just tells me from my own frame of reference, right? Don't do what I wouldn't want done to me. If I don't like it, because it's an argument from reciprocity. It's an argument from equal treatment. It's like, I wouldn't want it, so don't do it to other people. Right? I'm like, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. You're just being facetious? I can't tell the difference between facetious or not when you're texting me. I take what you say seriously. How am I supposed to be able to tell the difference between facetious and not? How would I know? I think arguably a lot of evil in this world, including from Christians in the broad spectrum of humanity. I think a lot of evil in this world has been done in the name of let's impose on other people our value system. It's what we would want. Let's impose it on other people. I think a lot of evil in this world has been done in the name of the golden rule. Well, I want it, so therefore I must do it to others. These people are living in sin. I know better because I want it. So let me go over there and impose it on them because it's what I want. I want to be saved. I want to go to heaven. So surely they want to be saved. They want to go to heaven. So let me go impose it upon them. I think a lot of evil has been done in the name of what might be considered the golden rule. Yeah. So I'm gonna have issues on that. The magnesium rule, don't get it too hot. Also, don't add it to water. That's good too. That's a good magnesium rule. Don't add water. Ugh. Yeah. Also, sodium. Don't add water. Do not add water. Yeah. The cesium rule, that too. Well, cesium is radioactive, isn't it? Or is that something different? Is cesium radioactive? Then the cesium rule might be like, don't touch and don't get too close. Maybe that's the cesium rule. Don't go chasing radon. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. If you go trying to find the radon, you might die like Miriam Curie. Cesium has isotopes which are radioactive. Oh, okay. So it's just not all the ones, because cesium, isn't it cesium 133 that's radioactive that they use in atomic clocks, where a second is defined by something like 9 trillion oscillations of the cesium 133. Am I close? Yeah. Not the golden rules. I negated the second half. What second half did I negate? Polonium rule. Don't drink tea offered you by certain world leaders. Oof. Yeah. Be careful. Be careful if someone stabs you with an umbrella. Ella, a. Stab you with my umbrella. A. You're gonna die from radioactive poisoning. A. I think that's what she was singing about. I think that's what she was singing about in that song. Yeah. The umbrella BB gun was crazy? Yeah. 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 The iron rule is treat people less powerful than you however you like. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a really good rule for morality, to be honest. Abuse the less powerful at your pleasure doesn't seem like a great rule. Let's not do the iron rule. I don't like that rule very much. Yeah, I like that rule. The rule of thirds is from photography. That's true. The rule of odds in Sunny 16. I don't know those rules. The rules: help your family, help your group, return favors, be brave, defer to superiors, divide resources fairly. Well, the word fairly is a triggering word for a lawyer, so got to watch that one. Respect other people's property. Found survey of 60 cultures from around the world. Yeah, you don't want to use the word fair with a lawyer, man. That's just begging for problems. Don't ever use the word fair. Yeah, that's bad pull, man. I was watching a documentary on that famous FBI spy, Hayden or whatever his name was. I was watching about him yesterday when he got busted, and he basically exposed a whole bunch of U.S. operatives to the Russians. He worked for the FBI. Got convicted of super treason. Yeah, what's fair? Exactly. What is fair? Exactly. What is fair? Yeah. The right hand rule and the left hand rule, I know about these rules. Those are both from physics and from solving a Rubik's Cube. Yeah. Yeah, define fair, exactly. Yeah, good luck. Good luck defining fair. Don't the chains and waistbands just seem like a little bit much? I mean, I'm not a professional in this domain, but don't they seem like a little much? I mean, this woman doesn't seem like the biggest flight risk of all time, man. Snow White was fair. That's true. You are correct. Yeah. Fair as the new fallen snow, I think, was what it said there. So, yeah. I mean, her name is Snow White. So it kind of gives you, her name is the description. Yeah. If you have, and also you could pay your fare, because I think fare is also another name for like a vig that you have to pay in the mafia to your superior. I think it's sometimes called a fare. I might be wrong about that, but I seem to vaguely recall that. So yeah, but that's spelled F-A-R-E, I think. No court sound yet. Nothing for me. Oh, well, let me, there is. Okay, there's something resembling court sound. Robert Hansen, that's the guy, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's the guy. I'm the next stop for my delivery. Woo! I'm gonna get the boom arm while we're talking. I'm probably gonna take it out of the box and set it up while we're talking too, because I'm just that eager. I can't wait. This piece of arm has to go. If I set up a new boom arm while we're streaming, you'll understand, right? Come on.
I don't know if it's the same individual. He was working with Detroit Police Department.
Okay.
At either the 6th or 8th precinct.
Okay, so did you ever have a beer together?
No.
Okay, and is there anything?
Wait,
about
this
the
is some
fact
sort of
that
question for the jury.
you mentioned you're supposed to?
I don't want to miss this. It looks like the judge is doing some sort of questioning of a juror relating to potential bias. So I'm scrolling back so we can watch this.
Hi. I don't want to make you nervous. I want to tell you that we really appreciate your note.
Okay.
That's exactly what you're supposed to do. All right, that's why we have alternates in case something comes up.
Right.
So really my only question for you is whether or not the fact that you might have met this person, this ATF agent, mentioned by Brett Brandon, you knew him in 2005 or 2006 at work?
Yeah, actually, what I know, if it's the same individual, he was working with Detroit Police Department.
Okay.
At either the 6th or 8th precinct.
Okay, so did you ever have a beer together?
No.
Okay, and is there anything about the fact that his name was mentioned that would make you have difficulty being fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Okay, we appreciate your note. I know that this is, yeah, so.
I wanted to make sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you have any questions for him?
No, I don't, and we have no objection to him remaining.
Okay.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, I appreciate your note. You can be seated if you want. We're going to bring your friends in, so. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Are you Are you agent? Is it your title? Agent?
Special agent.
Is there a reason she specifically said beer? I none that I can see. Though he didn't know the FBI dude, he knew someone. He apparently knew someone that the ATF guy mentioned. So he doesn't know the FBI guy or the ATF guy. He seems to, some name was mentioned and he knew that person. So that was what it was.
Seated. Agent Ray, you are still there.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. All right. We had an opportunity, my co-counsel and I, to reorganize so that we can do this as efficiently as possible. Special Agent, I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 66. I'm sorry. This is the Instagram post of the shooter, and you already testified earlier that Instagram account was followed by Jennifer Crumbley. Is there anything about this image that you want to remark on in terms of what you see and what you don't see?
Yes, so in the image is the 6-hour 9mm pistol. There's one magazine inserted into the firearm. There's also an empty magazine next to the firearm on the right-hand side. In the image, there is not the ATF pamphlet or the cable lock that was sold with the firearm.
And then and I believe 66 is already admitted, and 67? What is this, Special Agent?
This is a picture from Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone taken, I believe, 30 to 40 minutes after, I was in around 6:38, 6:40 p.m. on the 26th.
The day the gun was purchased?
Correct. And this is a picture of the Sig Sauer is the bottom pistol with a magazine inserted. The top pistol is the Keltec 22 caliber pistol, and then there are the two Sig Sauer magazines, the ATF pamphlet, and a cable lock with a key inserted and a second key attached.
And this was previously admitted, this cable lock, it's People's 39. Can you testify about whether or not this is similar or the same? Can you tell that?
I would say that it is similar. The exact same words and instructions are on the pamphlet and on the, call that I don't know if it's a sticker that's attached to the bottom by the lock there.
This right here?
Correct, but I've had an opportunity to review the words on both, and they do match up.
Okay. And you see the pamphlet in that picture.
Yes.
And Jennifer Crumbley took that photo the day the gun was purchased, and you said around 6:30?
It was between 6:30 and 6:40 p.m., I believe.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to now the next day. That would be this Saturday. The 26th was Friday after Thanksgiving. The 27th was Saturday. Did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video from a gun range in Clarkston?
Yes.
And do you know about what time that surveillance began? In other words, who's the surveillance of?
It shows Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter entering the gun range, paying for range time, targets, and 9mm ammunition, 100 rounds of it, and then they proceed to take turns firing the Sig Sauer pistol.
Okay, so do you recall about the time they arrived there?
It was approximately 1 o'clock p.m.
Okay. So the receipt is for, you said 100 rounds?
Yes, they bought two 50-round boxes of Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition.
Okay, and so the only firearm that ammunition is for is the shooter's Christmas gift, the SIG.
No.
Yes, out of the firearms in their home, it would only be utilized in that one specific firearm, yes.
Okay, and the previous receipts that we've admitted into evidence that you obtained, is there any record of any purchase of a 9mm ammunition before this day?
Not that I found, no.
Okay. So in terms of the evidence you obtained, this is the first time and only time you saw a purchase of 9mm ammunition?
Correct.
Okay. And who was at the range with the shooter?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Were you looking at the phone evidence and the forensic evidence from the phones able to determine where James Crumbley was that day?
Yes, I believe he was door dashing during the daytime hours that day.
He was a DoorDash driver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to the actual surveillance video, which is Exhibit 71. We are not going to play the entire video, Your Honor, although the entire video will be admitted into evidence and the jury can view it. We're going to try to focus on the most relevant parts, and then the entire video is in evidence.
And,
You can play the video
yeah,
if you want.
got it, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay. What are we looking at, Special Agent?
So that's Jennifer Crumbley had just arrived and placed the 6-hour pistol box on the display case there, and the shooter is standing over her shoulder.
%% of DoorDash drivers carry a handgun. I believe it, man. I believe it. I would. Damn. Get my Glock in my pocket, baby. Glock 26. Wanna dance with me?
Okay, Special Agent, we're going to fast forward. That you've already identified that gun case as the SIG case and not this that it's this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at this point, if you know, where is the gun?
So the handgun is in the 6-hour pistol case with the 2 boxes of ammunition sitting on top.
Okay. And Jennifer Crumbley is handling those?
Yes.
Okay. And what are they doing now?
They're putting on ear protection before entering the range.
The previous footage shown of Jennifer Crumbley at the shooting range, do you remember, did she have ear protection on?
Yes.
Okay. Special Agent, can you explain to the jury what's happening right now, if you know?
Yeah, right now, the shooter is loading ammunition into the magazines.
Now, at this point, he had the gun for 1 day?
Yes, approximately around exactly 24 hours.
Okay. And do you see a lock anywhere in that case or next to the gun or the case?
No.
That sucks, Mother 10 in chat. We can't even begin to contemplate what that must feel like on any level. I won't even pretend to know what that feels like. I appreciate you telling your story. I'm glad that things were okay for
Special
you.
Agent, I do have a question while we're viewing this. Are all of the visits and purchases
Why is this necessary to show?
stored on surveillance?
All right.
in
I'm
images?
gonna answer this question one more time. I really don't want to keep answering this question. But we're trying to show the conscious knowing disregard of a known or readily knowable risk. That's recklessness. Recklessness is when you're aware of a risk and you just don't care. You can't give a damn. So you have to know the risk occurs and you have to be willfully ignoring the risk. Okay, that's recklessness essentially, all right? So we have to prove willful, knowing disregard of a perceived risk. We are showing this evidence to show that the parent or parents are aware of how their child is capable of using a firearm, knows how to use a firearm, is comfortable using a firearm, can use a firearm effectively, and such and so forth. That goes to part of their knowledge base about what they know about things. Then presumably at some later time, we're going to hear evidence from somebody or some persons who are going to be able to testify as to his mental health state and the parents' awareness of that, right? That he was mentally disturbed and in a severe way. And the parents, with this knowledge in mind, that's the idea of what we have to prove, with this knowledge in mind, made the decision to buy a firearm, allowed him to get trained, were aware that he was trained, aware that he knew it, and also hypothetically in the future, aware of his mental state, and thus consciously and knowingly disregarded a substantial risk, namely that because of the combination of his mental state, the access to the firearm, and his training, he would be able to use it to effectuate death that they can be held responsible for. So just take that. I really don't want to have to keep explaining it. That's the fundamental theory. And then sort of where I break down on the legal analysis at the end of the page is the foreseeability of it. That's where I sort of have questions about whether not this could be foreseeable in a legal sense. Particularly as the Court of Appeals wrote that they believe the parents could foresee a shooting would occur on that particular day. That's where I have a problem, is on the foreseeability. So that's what we're doing. That's why we're doing it. Let's move on.
Licensed firearm dealers.
So in this particular gun range, there is surveillance camera equipment. I don't believe it went back past September 25th, which is why there wasn't surveillance video for the previous visits.
Okay. So what's happening right now?
So that is the 6-hour pistol. I'm going to call that the stand, as well as a loaded magazine. And now the shooter is placing a target on the
Could
cardboard.
they sue the parents?
Or send
Probably,
feedback
but we're not
now.
talking about a lawsuit. We're talking about
Range.
criminal reliability. What about parents of bangers? Possibly, yes. That's part of the problem, at least to my mind. Right? If we can hold the parents responsible under this idea, then presumably we might be able to hold parents responsible not only as it relates to firearms deaths, but presumably other things that their children may do. Because so it potentially opens up the floodgates as to a whole wide swath of content that potentially parents could be held responsible for if they were aware their child was a danger and nevertheless allowed them to engage in the danger. So yeah, the liability not only as it relates to gangbangers, but and not only to guns, all kinds of criminal liability potentially, depending. So the expansiveness of this idea doesn't the limits of it are deeply in question, which is part of the problem. It was a joke. What parents? First of all, how am I supposed to know it's a joke? And second of all, they might have parents. So if you ask me a question, I'm going to give you an answer. You ask me a question, I give you an answer. What else do you want from me but to give you an answer? Hasn't it been tried in the past? Not really. No. Not in this kind of context, no. This seems to be a case of first impression, particularly into this degree. It's also notable, of course, that we keep calling him the child, but I'm not even sure that that's technically correct, because the child was, of course, tried as an adult. So he's an adult. So I'm not even sure calling him a child is necessarily correct. And if you can hold a parent responsible for what their adult child does, then their liability for their minor child becomes even more obvious. You don't necessarily need, Mary, you don't necessarily need to have the gangbanger parents buy the gun. It might be enough that they're aware that their child is in possession of the gun. Maybe that's sufficient.
Were you able to tell how many rounds?
That they're aware, yeah, it might be sufficient that they're aware he has a gun.
But if he had a full,
and he engages in gang
magazine, 15
activity,
rounds,
and
once he loaded it in the
he
firearm,
engages, that might be sufficient.
discharge.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what's happening now?
Yeah, so now he brings a new target over for Jennifer Crumbley, and then he affixes it to the cardboard and then sends it downrange.
Yeah. So the legal question is nebulous to me, because it's like, as always, I'm trying to define where does it start and where does it stop. That's the question that concerns me legally. Because if you're like, well, we should hold the parents legally responsible for this, then if you reach that conclusion, then my next question to you is, okay, what is the set of cases? Because that's how law thinks, right? It can't, in the end,
Seems both of them were
in the
struggling
end,
with
it
this
can't
point,
be
as
about
he did
Ethan and it
before.
can't
What
be
were
about
they
the
trying to compete?
Crumbleys.
He had the
It
same
has to be
problem.
about the set
So
of
initially, he had
cases.
trouble inserting the magazine.
So
This
what
is
is the
different.
set
He's trying
of
to explain to her
cases?
how to send
And
the
that's
slide
where we
forward,
run into problems.
by pressing by sending the slide release and sending it forward to chamber around from the magazine. And that's that action right there.
Is Mother of 10 still here, by the way? I hope that this discussion isn't bothering you, by the way, but we, of course, are a legal education channel, and we do try to give good legal analysis regardless of the facts. The facts are a horror show, but trying to figure out what that legally means is sort of what I do here, so I hope you don't mind. And once again, we're happy that your children are safe. That's very good. Also, needless to say, we don't approve of murder. Murder is bad. Don't do murders. I think I scared her off, though. I think I scared her off. Oh, well. My bad. Oh, she's still here? Okay, good. Phew. Yeah, we all need to be educated, yeah. So, yeah, the legal conclusions are where things gets tricky.
Took her turn at firing the SIG. Were you able to tell whether it was just, it seemed like just a few rounds?
Yeah, it was just a few rounds. It was a partially loaded magazine that was inserted into the firearm.
Okay. And then, I know you have viewed this several times. At this point, the shooter does another, I don't know how many rounds.
Ask that the witness answer the questions and just be asked non-leading.
I'm just really just trying to make things easy and more understandable. And we were going to fast forward.
Okay, so you're going to fast forward. What happens next? What happens next?
So
It's awesome that you're a mother of 10, by the
exchange
way.
turns one more time, shooting at the target.
I should have gotten started
And,
earlier. That's what I should have done.
only
I should have
one
gotten
time each,
started
and then
earlier.
they
I'm
depart from
43 now. Where am I going to find a woman who will be a mother of 10 at this point? You know, damn.
All right, you're fast forwarding
That's awesome, by the way.
to one. They're both
Yeah.
completed. You think that?
I need to find me a wife. I need a wife.
Shoot more rounds, or just the shooter, if you know.
I'm not certain if Jennifer shot more rounds or not. I know the shooter takes another turn this time around. I don't know.
Oh my
exactly
God,
how
Psycho
many more
Boy.
times,
I swear to
Jennifer
God.
Do you know how many rounds total were left when they were finished shooting?
So they discard an empty box of 50 rounds of the 9mm ammunition into the trash can, and then exit with only one box of 50 rounds. So when they departed, they only had the 50 rounds.
If
full
your
box.
oldest son is my age, do you have any younger daughters who are still single?
And we can fast forward to that part.
I'm available and attractive.
We're going to try.
I'm also very smart. I got that going for me. At least people seem to think I'm smart. I just had my 43rd birthday 10 days ago, so feeling older now. Well, 12 days ago at this point, but yeah, same point. Someone else explain it to Guru for hire, please. Thank you. If you're 20 years younger, that's what I thought when I first found your channel. Well, that's nice. The old women seem to like me. If I could just get a younger woman to like me, I'd be set, you know? We didn't say that you couldn't discuss mental health. We were just very mad that people were being very sort of grandiose about their claims of mental health, and it was not productive. You have a 27-year-old daughter? Hey, that's perfect, man. 27. So that's just within my age range if you go to the half plus 7. So, yeah, because 42 divided by 7 is 21, plus 7 is 28. Well, so she's 1 year too young. We can make it work. We can make it work. So, yeah, hook me up with a 27-year-old daughter. I'm in. Let's go. Does she want to have kids? Does she want to have a loving husband who will be loyal to her and care for her? And I'm actually a pretty decent cook. Call me. You were timed out for discussing mental illness? No, you were timed out for being unduly reductive and trying to say that people with depression... I'm not going to justify this to you. You know why you're timed out. Yes, I did cover the Chevron hearing. Covered both of them. I covered it on Friday and Monday. It was very good. You thought I'd be off the market? Well, I wasn't, so any time would be fine. Just saying. Everyone says if I were younger, I'd marry you, but it's like no one wants to introduce me to their daughter or their cousin or someone. No one actually was like, oh, I'm surprised you're not taken. It's like, well, could you help me out? No? Okay. What's my type? Well, that will give you the information you need. The no children thing rules a lot of people out. I don't want to be a stepfather. I just don't want to be a stepfather. Sorry, not my shtick. Plus, I just have a really hard time believing. I just have a really hard time believing that if I married a woman who already had children that precede me, I have a really hard time believing that she would be loyal enough to me compared with her child. I just have this feeling that I would just always be a second fiddle person, and I'm just not looking for that relationship. I don't want to be constantly just, diminished or even ignored because the child comes first. I'm just not interested in that. And I just think if it's not my child, I'll never be given enough authority, to be a proper parent. Don't yell at my child that way, that kind of thing. It just complicates things in a way that makes things just too difficult. I've just heard too many horror stories about it from too many people, and I'm like, I can't take that risk. If the kids are grown up and out of the house already, it would be hard to believe that she... First of all, if the kids are grown up and grown out of the house, one, it's hard to believe that she's young enough to still have biological children. And two, even if she is, that she'd want to have biological children. If she already has children out of the house, does she really want to start all over again? That seems unlikely, so it just doesn't seem possible. Isn't child first not consistent with any parent? I think it's fundamentally different. I think it's fundamentally different. I just have this feeling in my soul that if you're a biological parent, the degree to which you're diminished in favor of the child is not as severe. Plus, you do have independent authority as the natural parent to, discipline the child, and you don't have to don't do that to my children. It's like, well, it's my child too, so we're even. So I think it's just a fundamentally different dynamic. That's my thought. This is what I think. Will the lucky lady have to get a job? That would be something we would discuss together as we were trying to figure out what our financial picture looks like. So I don't have any preconceived notions as to whether she should have a job or not. That's something we'd have to discuss on an individual level. Once again, Stella, I just think it's fundamentally different when it comes to a natural parent. That is my perspective. I understand that the mom might put children first. I just don't think it's the same when there's a step parent in the picture versus a biological parent. I just think it's different. I think it's fundamentally different. I understand that she'll want to take care of my children. That's the goal. But I just don't think it's the same.
The ammunition's discarded?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
If it's my child, I absolutely have authority. Because they're my child. My authority is even to my wife's or the mother of my children, either way. We're both natural guardians of our children. My authority is even. All right, John, I'm not answering this point any further. I've clarified already. I'm not speaking to it any further.
Target that was posted. Was that ever recovered?
Yes, there was targets in the shooter's bedroom. I don't recall exactly if it was Mrs. Crumbley's target or not. I know the shooter's target was one of them, I believe.
And can you tell the jury what he's doing now?
Right now, he's trying to put the 6-hour pistol and 3 pistol magazines into the case and close it.
Are the magazines full or empty, or can you tell?
They're empty.
But I am extremely lonely, and one of these days my loneliness will be the end of me. So I really hope I find someone before that happens.
And what does it look like to you is happening?
So the shooter's just trying to rearrange the pistol box so that it closes properly and can fully clamp with those that we demonstrated earlier, the opening of the clamps.
The latch?
The latches, yes.
So Jennifer Crumbley's carrying the case with the SIG inside of it.
Yes.
And do you see is the shooter carrying anything?
Yes, he has the targets as well as the box of 9mm pistol ammunition.
Okay. And based on your investigation and all the physical evidence and digital evidence, was this the last known image of this weapon before it was used to kill the students in Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit 72. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is an Instagram post by Jennifer Crumbley on the date that they went to the range later that evening. That says, "Took my new SIG out to the range
I
today."
just want to stop you. This is actually...
I'm sorry.
Okay. Whose Instagram post is this?
I'm sorry, this is the shooter's Instagram.
Okay.
It was posted later that evening, said, "Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sights, LOL."
And could you tell when that was posted?
Yes, in 1902 on the date they went to the range, being the 27th, the day after Thanksgiving.
Okay, and what time is that for?
7:02 p.m.
Okay. It's UTC -5, so is it 7 or is it...
I'm sorry, that is in UTC. So at the time of this, it would be around 2 o'clock, 2:02 p.m.
2:02? Can you tell the jury what UTC minus...
Yeah, so
What am I talking about when I say that?
it's just the universal time. So that is like the time in the Eastern time zone is either -4 or -5, depending on the time of year, daylight savings time.
Okay. So that is 72. And then I'm going to... Do you know, by the way, where Jennifer Crumbley was when this was posted? If you know.
I believe she was still home at this point.
And I want to draw your attention to 73. What is this?
This is the Instagram post by Jennifer Crumbley of the target with "Mom and Sunday testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye." And this was posted about a minute later than the shooter's Instagram post.
So his post was 2:02 and hers was 2:03?
Yes.
Okay, and there's more than just this post, correct?
There's 3 images within the one post, yes.
Okay. So it's the same text, but 3 different images?
Yes.
Okay. And this, what is this picture of?
So this is the 3rd image. The first was the main target, then there was a zoom in of the bullseye, and then there was this image, which was of the firearm in the case with 2 pistol magazines and the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice beneath it.
Do you know where James Crumbley was during this time? Was he still doing DoorDash deliveries?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know at some point whether or not Jennifer Crumbley left the house that day when they returned from the range?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And do you know about what time?
It was around, I believe it was around 2:30, or it could have, I know there was a Facebook message around 2:30 sent that she was shopping, so I don't know exactly what time she left, but I know she left after that Instagram post.
Okay. And do you know when she returned?
My boom arm is here.
5:30 p.m.
Sighting.
No,
Get
I
the
might
package.
be using Jennifer and James on that timing that Jennifer returned home.
Okay.
For that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We have another witness that will testify about it. Just one moment, Your Honor. All right. I want to draw your attention to a previously, I believe it's previously admitted, 74, Exhibit 74. All right. And if we can zoom in on the drawing of the firearm in that diagram. We've already, well, tell the jury when you first saw this worksheet.
I first saw this worksheet when I was at Oxford High School on November 30th, 2021, responding to the shooting.
Okay, and what's your understanding about who drew those things and when?
It was my understanding that the shooter drew them earlier in the day, and I have to say that I saw an image of this worksheet, which is probably the same image. And it was, like I said, during my time responding to the school.
Okay. Special Agent, what, if anything, caught your attention about this drawing?
There were several things, specifically with the firearm. After recovering it and looking at it, inspecting it, it appeared to be the same firearm recovered from that the shooter used to commit the shooting, the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol.
An Allen charge is a instruction that the judge can give to try to break a deadlock of the jury. It's basically a special instruction to essentially try harder. I mean, there's exact wording to it, but that's basically what it is. So it's a try harder to come to a thing. So yeah, that's what's going on.
Okay, can you explain to the jury why you believe that?
Yes, so when you look at the image, the back of the, do you mind if I pick up the actual weapon?
Go ahead.
Okay.
But you're going to have to stand so the
Yep.
jury can see it.
So when you look at the back of the slide, there's serrations at the back of the slide here. Actually, turn it this way. So,
We could actually listen to
serrations at
the. We
back
could
of the
listen
slide,
to it. Do you want to skip
location
over
of
there and
the picture.
listen to it? Are they giving the Allen charge yet, or is it later? Oh, let's go back. Let's skip over. So let's skip over and watch this because it'll be informative. So we're going to switch over to Treehouse real quick and see what's going
The
on.
law is as I told you. If you have any
That way you can hear it, and then you'll know what it is. The boom arm I got was $100, but it should be good.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back to the courtroom, members of the jury. Yeah, it's cooling down in here. I heard that it might have been a bit stuffy in the jury room. We have fans there, and I did know a technician was trying to get more AC in there, so if it hasn't cooled down, it should. But meanwhile, I received this communication from your foreperson, and I've shared it with the defendant and with prosecutors. It says, Judge Jones, we have come to the unfortunate conclusion that we are a hung jury and need guidance on how to proceed. Thank you. Signed, your foreperson. Okay. There is an instruction that is given by the judge when this happens. So I'm going to give it to you. I know that all of you have worked hard to try to find a verdict in this case. It apparently has been impossible for you so far. Sometimes an early vote before discussion can make it hard to reach an agreement about the case later. The vote, not the discussion, might make it hard to see all sides of the case. We are all aware that it is legally permissible for a jury to disagree. There are two things a jury can lawfully do: agree on a verdict or disagree on what the facts of the case may truly be. There is nothing to disagree about on the law. The law is as I told you. If you have any disagreements about the law, I should clear them up for you now. That should be my problem, not yours. If you disagree over what you believe the evidence showed, then only you can resolve that conflict, if it is to be resolved. I have only one request of you. By law, I cannot demand this of you, but I want you to go back into the jury room. Then, taking turns, tell each of the other jurors about any weakness of your own position. You should not interrupt each other or comment on each other's views until each of you has had a chance to talk. After you have done that, if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried and will discharge you with my sincere appreciation for your services. So with that, you may now retire to continue with your deliberations.
All right, so that's basically it. It's basically a please try harder if you can note. I've never heard it phrased exactly that way, but I assume he's reading from a script. But that's not the way I'm used to hearing it, but, you know, fair enough. Anything further from this? It doesn't look like it. All right, so we're just...
outside the courtroom. I'll give this note to the clerk. We'll make it part of the record, and we'll stand by and see what happens next.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. All right, so back to where we were.
Of the picture appeared to be the same shape, as well as the magazine.
Your daughter just left for Fort Lauderdale for the Bachelorette, like to be a contestant on the Bachelorette? Wow, that's amazing. That makes me feel like a complete loser somehow. But okay.
The SIG magazine is unique in that it has this lip at the front. And when inserted in the firearm, it creates this secondary kind of, it's not flush with the firearm, right? There's
Your
this
Honor,
lip.
I'm sorry. Can you,
Oh,
just,
yep,
can you turn to so we can
move
see
my chair back. Yep, there we go.
Sorry, I can't see what you're.
Yep, no problem. So there's a lip in the front of the firearm here when the magazine's inserted. And when I looked at the picture, it appeared to be that was what was drawn at the bottom, where you see that lip.
Did you see anything else about the drawing that was notable?
Yes, the ammunition appeared to be, after working this case and reviewing the image, and knowing
Bachelorette
the caliber
party?
of firearms in the Crumbley
Okay.
home, it appeared that ammunition was not 22.
Okay. Well, now I feel like less of a loser. Okay. They're just going for a Bachelorette party. Okay. Well, I feel like less of a loser then. Okay. So is she a Bachelorette? Because if so, once again, I'm open. You know, just saying. Okay. I mean, I don't want to be overly dramatic about it, and really, we need to stop talking about it, because the more I talk about it, the more it depresses me, and we really have to stop talking about it. So this is really the last thing I want to say on the issue. I think it is not unusual for people to feel like they need to be with somebody. I don't think my feelings of wanting to be with someone are unusual or exceptional, and I don't feel like the feeling that something is fundamentally missing in my life by not having a partner is unusual. And I think coupled that together with underlying issues I already have, incidentally, I genuinely think one day it's going to be the end of me if I can't find a partner, because I just think it's important to me, and I really want someone to love and someone to love me, and I really don't want to talk about it anymore. So let's just go back to the trial, please.
Ammunition, for the simple fact that the cylinder at the bottom on a 22 long rifle round of ammunition is not flush. It creates almost like a cylinder at the bottom, if you could picture it, and it wouldn't be flush with the round. So instead of it just being a circle like this, where you'd have a circle like that, it would be that there are parts of edge sticking out around it, so to speak. There would be an edge drawn further around the bottom of that round of ammunition, and it's much thinner.
Okay, and I'm going to approach and show you the previously admitted picture of the other firearm that the Crumbleys owned. That's most similar to what's not here that's on the SIG that makes you think that the drawing was of the SIG. How are these two different?
So additionally, on the SIG...
And tell me how I should hold this so it doesn't look like I'm pointing at you.
Take that from you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So when you look at the SIG here, there's an ejection port on this side, on the right side of the firearm, similar to the one drawn in the picture. The only other magazine-fed pistol in their residence at the time did not have an ejection port on either side of the firearm because it's concealed by the slide.
That's cool. Nothing further at the moment, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
As you know, I think you've been in court sitting back here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm Shannon, I represent Ms. Crumbley. If I ask you any questions confusing, please let me know, please.
Understood.
Thank you. Special Agent Brandon, would that be the correct way?
Yes.
Okay, to address you, thank you. You were testifying that you are familiar with the state and federal laws regarding guns, correct?
No, it's not correct. I had stated that I was familiar with the federal laws to purchase a firearm, and in some of those investigations in purchasing firearms, some of the state laws come into play.
Okay. In terms of, and if you don't know the answer, please let me know. If you do know the answer, let us know, and please answer the question. Back on November 30th of 2021, it was not illegal, and it still is not illegal, for a minor to touch a gun, correct?
It is not against federal law for a minor to touch a firearm in certain instances, no.
Okay. It is not against the law for a minor to shoot a gun at a gun range. It wasn't then, and it's not illegal now, correct?
It is not against federal law for a minor to go to a gun range to shoot a firearm, no.
Okay, and as far as you know, it's not against state law either, correct?
Yeah, as far as I know, especially from this investigation, I know that it's not against state law, yes.
Okay. On November 30th of 2021, there also is no law, federal law, that requires certain storage requirements for guns, correct?
Inside of your residence?
Yes.
There's not a federal law that forces anyone to store their firearms in a certain way, no.
And as far as you know, on November 30th of 2021, there also is not a state law that states how a firearm must be stored, correct?
It's my understanding, based on this investigation, that at the time there was not a law governing how to store a firearm in a home, no.
Okay. Now, you testified and talked to this jury about how there are various ways guns can be stored safely, correct?
Yes.
And one of the possible ways is in a gun safe, correct?
Yes.
And the Kel-Tec and Derringer gun, they were in a gun safe in the Crumbley home.
That's correct.
Another way that a gun another way of making a gun safe is with a cable lock, correct?
Yes.
And a cable lock is it almost looks like a bike lock that loops through the gun to make it impossible to shoot when it's locked, correct?
Yes.
And in order to disable or take the cable lock off, you have to have a key, correct?
I would say that's one of the ways to take it off, yes.
Okay, so that would be the way that most people would take it off, is by using a key that works with that lock, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go to exhibit 38, which I'm going to put up on my screen, but I need to switch it over. And I apologize. Mr. Godwin, can you help me, please?
Oh, yes.
I just am not sure I've shifted over. Okay, so I'm going to exhibit 38. It's this thing. Okay, I've got it plugged in. Oh, I did better than I thought I would. Okay, so this is exhibit 38. This has been admitted. This was admitted through the people when you testified before. This is the trigger lock statement. You recall testifying about this, correct?
Yes.
And when a sale of a gun is made, this form is filled out and given to the person filled out by the person buying the gun, correct?
Correct.
And it's signed, in this form specifically, is signed by James Crumbley and Cammie Back being the person who sold the gun, correct?
Yes.
And this form is to help ensure that there is safety in this process of guns being sold, correct?
I'm not sure what the congressional intent is on this, and that's not something I can testify about.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that the sale must include a trigger lock or a gun case or storage container that can be secured, correct?
No, it says a trigger lock or other device design, which in this instance would be the cable lock or a gun case or storage container.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, so it could be a trigger lock, it could be a cable lock, it could be a gun case, it could be a storage container, there's options.
Yes.
And when you testified about the 3 guns that we've seen in this courtroom, you testified about the Derringer, the Kel-Tec, and the Sig Sauer, correct?
Yes.
And you were testifying that the caliber on those guns, that the Sig Sauer has the biggest caliber, correct?
Yes, it's a larger
Out
caliber.
of the 3 of those.
Yes.
Okay. And by nature, with those 3 guns in mind, that means the Sig Sauer can do more damage than the other 2 guns, the Kel-Tec or the Derringer, correct?
I believe what I said is that it just makes a bigger hole, but yes, what you're saying is, yeah, that it would cause more damage, yes.
Okay. And a 9mm is not the, this is going to sound like a terrible question, but it's not the largest millimeter you could, there are guns that are bigger and stronger, correct?
Yes.
What other guns could create even more damage or even larger holes?
I mean, there's a lot of calibers that are larger than a 9. I don't know that you want me to list them all right now, but there are more calibers that do cause more damage, that do fire a bigger round than a 9mm.
A
if that's what you're asking.
357?
Yes.
A 45?
A 357 isn't bigger than a 9mm.
A 50?
50 caliber?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, approximately how many other kinds of, would you guess, how many other,
ATF bro was wrong. 357 isn't bigger than a 9mm. Respect.
I'm not going to guess. I mean, there's a lot of calibers of firearm. There are several that are larger caliber than a 9mm.
When you say
There's not
some-
many that are larger than a 9 as a semi-automatic handgun. There's a few, I would say, not a ton.
okay, so a 9mm is not the most destructive gun you can buy, but it's a gun that a person can buy.
A 9mm is a gun a person can buy, yes.
Okay.
356 is the same size. I thought a 9mm is a little bit larger. I thought a 9mm is 38 something. Did I miss a memo? I thought 9mm is a little bit bigger. Hold on. Okay, Google, what is 9mm in inches? 354. Damn it! Well, I corrected the ATF guy and wound up being corrected. Fuck my life. Moving on.
You testified about
See, that's what happens when you explain to the ATF guy. You get told.
I'm going to go to Exhibit 37.
So yeah, 357 is bigger than
You
354.
testified about this ATF pamphlet, Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that everyone knows guns are dangerous, correct?
I would hope so, yes.
It does not take getting a pamphlet to know that a gun is a weapon. That's common knowledge, correct?
Yes.
Whether that pamphlet is in the box, on the counter, on the floor, in the car, it's common knowledge that a gun is a serious, dangerous weapon, correct?
Yes, but that's not the purpose of this pamphlet.
Well, the purpose of this pamphlet is to make sure youths with handgun is especially dangerous, correct?
Yes.
And that also is fairly common sense, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question, being that it's like the #1 cause of death for children, that firearms are the #1 cause of death for kids. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, my point is, we know guns are dangerous. We know they're dangerous when youths handle guns. It doesn't change whether it's a youth or an adult, correct?
I think that if they wanted to have a pamphlet that said, the Person Safety Act notice, they would have. It says youth for a reason. I think that there's a special category for that.
But any person would know that a youth handling a gun, it would be dangerous.
I would hope so.
Okay.
Is it 357 really 356?
We saw a lot of exhibits showing that there were trips to the gun range, and we can agree that there is no doubt James Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley like guns or are interested in guns, correct?
It appears so from the evidence, yes.
You showed this jury evidence of them purchasing, of James Crumbley purchasing the 3 weapons, correct?
Yes.
We've shown this jury text messages between Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley showing that they're going to, that Mr. Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, are going to gun ranges, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I got a little distracted.
I am so sorry.
That's okay.
I think I'm like in a choke. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
You want a cough drop?
I need like just something. I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat.
I haven't seen any bugs in here. You want a cough drop?
Yeah, can I have one? Thanks. Sorry, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Okay, we can agree James Crumbley and his son are interested in guns.
Yes.
We can agree they would go to the gun range, they would go shooting together.
Yes.
Okay, you have some evidence of some various trips they took to the gun range, but it's possible there's many, many more trips that Mr. Crumbley and his son took to the gun range, correct?
That's possible, yes.
What you're testifying to this jury is not limited to the only experiences we can say the shooter has ever had at a gun range.
That's fair, yes.
And there's one occasion back in the summer of 2021 when Jennifer Crumbley is with her husband and son at the gun range, and we see her shooting in the video, correct?
Yes.
And aside from that, the only other time we see Jennifer Crumbley at the gun range is on the day after the Sig Sauer was purchased, when she's with this half an hour long video we watched with the shooter, correct?
Yes.
And as we watched that video, on that occasion, we can agree James Crumbley is not there with them, correct?
Yes.
And when Jennifer Crumbley walks in, she's carrying the case that has the gun in it, correct?
Yes.
She goes up to the counter, purchases ammunition, and she carries it over to the area where they shoot. Is that fair to say?
Yes, she purchased the ammunition. I'm not clear on who picked out how much ammunition. There was a time that that the shooter made a 2 with his finger, and I can't be certain if he was talking about the ammunition boxes or the targets.
Okay, so they end up in the area where you shoot, and it appears to me, although I've never been to a range, you put the gun in the spot where the person stands to actually shoot it, correct?
Yes.
And then it appears to me, but please tell me if I'm wrong, that you load the magazines with the ammunition on the counter behind, when the gun is sitting away from you, correct?
Yes, that's generally been my experience at private ranges, yes.
And in these videos that we saw, it's apparent that the shooter has knowledge of how to load those magazines with the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
He is the one loading those magazines with the ammunition, not Mrs. Crumbley.
No, there was a point at one time when Mrs. Crumbley was putting rounds in, her arm was moving. Obviously the angle's sideways so you can't see, but there was a time when she was loading. I don't think she loaded all the magazines, but I think she did load a few rounds.
Okay. And when we see the video of the shooter shooting the weapon, he obviously knows how to shoot the weapon and is shooting the weapon at the target, correct?
Yes.
And when Mrs. Crumbley comes up and takes her turn, Mom's having her turn with the weapon, there's some very obvious conversation going on between herself and the shooter, back and forth between the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And it appears from the video, I believe that you said the shooter is explaining something to her.
Yes, I think he was explaining how to send the slide forward to chamber around. She was having trouble. She got the magazine in, but then couldn't get the slide to go forward.
Okay, and that was in the first, she took 2 turns essentially at the range, correct?
Yes.
And in the first turn she took, that's when she's having trouble with the slide?
Yes.
Okay. And when we see Mrs. Crumbley take her second turn, we see her turn back and have to call the shooter over to explain something else to her in trying to figure out how to hold the gun, correct?
Yeah, it seemed like he was trying to explain how to properly grip the firearm, yes.
Okay. And we can agree that in the videos from this shooting range at Accurate with Mrs. Crumbley and other ranges, it's clear the shooter has been given experience shooting at ranges and knows how to operate these weapons, correct?
Yes.
You also showed this jury evidence that on one other occasion, Mr. Crumbley and the shooter rented a 9mm gun.
Yes.
And on that day, obviously, the shooter shot the 9mm gun, correct?
I don't recall from the video that we have of that if he shot it or not. I believe, I would assume he did, but I can't say for certain.
It would be weird if you rented a gun and didn't shoot it.
I agree.
Okay. And you don't know if there's other trips that Mr. Crumbley took with the shooter where they may have rented 9mm guns on other occasions, correct?
If it was to this specific range, I would know about it based on the receipts, but if not, then no. If it was a different range, then it's possible, yes.
The range that you checked with was the one in Clarkston, correct?
Yes.
There are a number of gun ranges, though, in the area, and it's fair to say you did not check with all of those ranges.
Not all of them. The ones in close proximity to the house, yes. But at the time it was winter, so a lot of the outdoor ranges, it had snowed the weekend before. A lot of the outdoor ranges either were snowed, there was too much snow, but yes, as far as the indoor ranges in the area, that's the closest.
Okay. In addition to these guns and going to this indoor range, you were at the Crumbley home during the time the search warrant was executed, correct?
Yes.
And if you do not know the answer to this, you can let us know. During the search warrant that was executed, you observed that the shooter had a number of BB guns, correct?
Yes.
And BB guns are not on the same level of danger as these 3 weapons, these 3 guns you've testified about, correct?
I mean, they can be dangerous, but are they a firearm? No.
Okay. So, and you also, I'm sure, observed that in the backyard at the Crumbley's home, they had targets set up where BB guns could be shot in the backyard, correct?
Yes.
So, it's a very fair assumption to say that the shooter was interested in BB guns, target practice, these guns, going to the shooting range.
Yes.
When you testified that the Keltec was in a gun safe at the time law enforcement did the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And the Derringer.
Yes.
And there was a cable lock that was not on the Keltec gun, correct?
There was a cable lock in the Keltec gun box in the kitchen that was not on the Keltec gun. There were no cable locks on either the Derringer or the Keltec inside the safe.
And we talked about the different options of ways to keep a gun safe. And while the cable lock was not on the Keltec or the Derringer, there wasn't a cable lock on that one, those 2 were secured in a gun safe.
Yes, with the combination of 000, but yes.
Okay, and when you testified about the combination being 000, that was the combination that you said the manufacturer, that would be the default.
Yes.
And that combination can be changed by people when they get the gun, correct?
When they get the safe, yes, they can change the combination.
And you have no knowledge of what the combination was at the time that James and Jennifer Crumbley had that safe in the home. All you know is the time you saw the safe, the combination was 000, correct?
I know that the safe was unlocked at the house by law enforcement using the code 000.
Did you unlock the safe at the house, or is that, you were not the person that unlocked that safe though, correct?
No. You asked me the question. I said I know it was unlocked with that, but I don't. I was not present when it was unlocked, but I know that that's the combination to the safe, and it has not been changed since.
Okay. You did not watch law enforcement open the safe.
No.
You did not watch law enforcement turn the numbers on the safe.
No.
You believe that the numbers law enforcement used were 000, but you do not have personal knowledge that 000 opened that safe, correct?
I did not physically observe it, no.
And it's fair to say that those guns, that Keltec and that Derringer, were purchased in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And there is no claim in this case that the shooter ever took those two guns or took them out of the house or took those to school, anything along those lines, correct?
Not out of the house, no.
In terms of, Your Honor, are we going to go till 5 or what's the
Well, I have special permission,
Okay,
but
so,
I would like to, can we finish this witness? Can we finish this witness today?
Your Honor, there were so many exhibits. I don't think we can. And,
Okay, we can go till 5, right? You guys okay going till 5?
okay.
Yeah. You testified, okay, so let's go to some of the exhibits if we can.
Okay.
I'm going to go to exhibit 52. Was this, it appears to be conversation by messages back and forth. And it shows the shooter holding the
It's a little warm in here right now.
correct?
This one shows him loading the Keltec, that video that you have it on now, yes.
I'm sorry, it shows him loading the Keltec. And this video was from back in August of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that obviously this video shows the shooter holding the Keltec, and let's see here, the video was admitted also. Let me just get to the video. Okay, so this is the video. I'm just going to play it. It's 12 seconds.
Yeah, Biggs, I try to allow the widest range of discussion I can with the twin goals of one,
Okay.
not causing Uncivil to be depressed,
This video
and
shows
two,
the shooter
showing respect
loading
to
the
other
Keltec.
people in the chat.
This one was an empty slide. He just
So
put the
as
slide
long as
forward
we
on this
accomplish
video,
these
yes.
objectives,
Okay,
I'm
I'm
fine.
so bad with
yeah.
these guns. Yeah, please correct me. So this one is him doing what? Sending the slide forward?
Yes, there was no ammunition in the firearm, I don't believe there was even a magazine inserted. He just sent the slide forward in this video. It was like a black leather, looks like a couch or something like that below it.
Okay. And in this video, you have no idea if there are other people around him.
No.
The video is focused on the gun in the shooter's hand.
What's the point of a handgun in
Yeah.
22?
And
It's good for practice, if nothing
this
else.
video
I have a
was
handgun in
sent by
22.
text message
I have a Ruger 22.
over to a friend of the shooters. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we don't see, while we don't see any people in this video, we don't know if Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley were present at the time the shooter is taking this video.
We know that they were in the home at the time, but we don't know exactly where they were in the home, no.
Okay, so we know they're at home at the time the shooter's in the home making this video and sending it to a friend, correct?
Yes.
And
from a
as much
friend.
as,
Heard it from a friend who...
well, this video, him doing this, the shooter doing this, is not illegal, correct?
No.
It's not,
It's not illegal. I mean, I can't say.
I'm not gonna
You
say
know,
it's a good
in
idea.
Right. I mean, under federal law, it wouldn't be illegal. You're in your own home, and I don't know where his parents are at the time either, though, so I can't really comment whether it was legal or not on what he's doing with the firearm.
Okay, right, we don't know. All we have is this little 12-second video with no context, correct?
But I think the context was the text message that says, "My dad left his gun out," so it seems odd to send the text message if your dad was around while you filmed it.
Okay.
Or your parents, I should say.
We know Dad is in the home at the time this video is made, correct?
Yes, both Jennifer and James, yes.
We know Mom is in the home at the time this video is made, correct?
Yes.
This home we're talking about, there will be other...
Can you excuse me for 1 second?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you want a Derringer in 22. It seems like a slightly odd choice. Well, I'm sure it's killed somebody before. I mean, at least you don't have to deal with the recoil issues by being a 22. You put a large caliber in a Derringer, that's going to be a tough road. I always like when they do like Pawn Stars or like Antique Roadshow or something, and they show these guns that do these like ultra small calibers, just because someone's like, "What's the smallest caliber gun I can possibly make?" You see these little things that like fit on a keychain that fire probably fire a 0.5 millimeter round or some bullshit, just because someone's like, "Yeah, it sounds like fun. Let's do that. Let's make a 0.5 millimeter size cartridge." Yeah. Oh, and then my other one, there was the one where they made these triangle bullets. Anyone ever read about that? Where that was a gun company who's like, what if we make bullets in cartridges that are in the shape of triangles? That was a thing that someone tried once. I mean, yeah. But yeah, that was yeah.
Sorry, so we're at the time where we're talking about this video that was sent. Your testimony was that the shooter sent a text that said, "My dad left this out." Or I'm sorry, yeah, "My dad left it out," correct?
Yes.
It does not say "my mom left it out."
It does not.
It specifically says "my dad."
Yes.
And at the end of the day, you don't know the shooter.
I don't know the shooter personally.
Right.
No.
You don't know the shooter's friend.
No.
You don't know other things the shooter and his friend had been talking about that day, correct?
I've reviewed messages between the shooter and his friend for several days, but I don't understand what you're asking there.
I'm asking, you don't know whether when that statement was sent to his friend, you don't know that that's true, that his dad left the gun out, correct? All you can do is read the text.
I know he sent the text, yes.
He sent the text, but you don't know that that's true, correct? I
can say I know he sent the text. I don't know. I don't know exactly where. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if anyone knows it's true or not, but he sent the text.
You are aware that teenagers can embellish things?
I don't have any teenagers.
You were a teenager at some point.
Sure, I don't know that I'm specialized in, teenager behavior to
Okay.
testify to that.
You would agree with me it's possible for teenagers to embellish to impress their friends?
I would agree, yeah, that it's possible for teenagers to embellish, I think is a fair statement.
It's possible for them to send messages to friends to try to look cool?
It's possible, yes.
It's possible to try to fit in with other people and get people's attention, correct?
I mean,
I think we're getting into an area that I'm not authorized to testify about as a federal agent right now, honestly. And
Yeah, Your Honor, Special Agent Brandon has very defined parameters about what he can testify to. He has Assistant United States Attorney in the courtroom because he can only testify to certain things. So I would just ask that.
I guess I'm not sure what that means, but.
It means he can't testify about teenage behavior. He can't testify about.
Well, some of that is also argumentative, right? I guess I take judicial notice that teenagers embellish things, just from my own, right? Yeah, it's from, they talked about that during jury selection, so he doesn't know. I don't think he was a teenager not long ago himself, I think. So police officers are
take judicial notice that teenagers embellish things.
Okay, so the bottom line is, in terms of
The back in treehouse and still hung. All right, let's tune in for a minute on this one.
Time, money, gotta know from our foreperson. Judge Jones, we cannot.
All right, let's turn back to watch the culmination of the treehouse murder trial. The end, I assume. They probably didn't come to a decision in like the 5 minutes they were gone. Let's watch this shit.
We cannot come. I gotta know from our foreperson. Judge Jones, we cannot come to a unanimous decision as to a verdict. Thank you, foreperson. So that's pretty much it. We gave them the Allen charge. They went back and presumably abided by it. They've been out, and so.
The only thing I would proffer, perhaps if we sent them home and told them
No. Don't. No.
give a one last try. I mean, we put 3.
No. You can't do that. You can't send them back after an Allen charge. That's just, you can't do that. You've already given the Allen charge, and they already said no. You can't do that, prosecutor. You should know that. You've been a judge before, haven't you?
Think that way, or if you want to just go ahead and.
You can't go. You can't keep doing that.
I would assume discharge the jury at this point. Let them go home.
Okay.
It has been a long trial already. We asked, Your Honor was worried about the time, and they've been here almost a month.
You have no choice, Judge. You don't have a choice. There is no option here. You have to discharge the jury.
Way to express this.
There's no choice. You have no tools left in your bag.
That we go through this lengthy process and don't get a result, one way or the other. And there's been a lot of time, money, effort, stress, you name it. Everybody's worked very hard, and it's been almost 3 weeks, and you would hope at the end of that process you would get a result. We haven't. I understand that the state's suggestion, but I'm disinclined to do it. I'll just fall back on a couple rationale. First,
Disinclined? I don't think you legally can.
And they do come up now and again. I give them the Allen charge. They are unable to reach unanimity. That's pretty much it. And plus,
Yeah, it is.
charge
That's sort of what the law is.
And I'll go back and read it. It says, if, you know, I'll declare a mistrial if you can't reach a unanimous verdict. I think it would be disingenuous and counterproductive and not fair to
Does
tell.
anyone even inquire of them if they?
No. They've already said no. You can't do this, prosecutor. This is just do not pass go. Do not collect $200. This is an appeal. This is a give me appeal.
Again, Your Honor, I would.
If they convict at this point, it's a give me appeal. You can't do that.
Even looking
All
at
right, I'm not going to do it. I
There you go.
believe me, though. Last thing I want is a mistrial, but we're there.
Yes, we are there.
Told-
You have no
The
choice.
Allen charge says, after you have done that, if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom, and I will declare this case mistried and will discharge you with my sincere appreciation.
Yeah, that's the law. You can't do that. You have no choice.
I understand the suggestion, but
The suggestion is illegal.
I'm not going to do that, to say, okay, sleep on it, come on back tomorrow, or how about that? And then
I don't like this judge. Disinclined? It's
certainly
you can't you have no choice, sir.
pretty well expressed.
What do you mean?
Sentiments.
What do you mean disinclined?
I just
No, I
seen
think
that
about it.
procedure
Maybe
over
not. But
lengthy time I've
God.
been a judge and a trial lawyer, and it seems contrary to what the rule says and doesn't say. So, no, thank you. Let me find the discharge instruction. Which is, I've got to remember what that number instruction is. 4.2. There it is.
Oh my God.
Okay. Bring him in.
Bring in the jury. Yeah, well, I'm not inclined to agree with that. Yeah. So Allen is a U.S. Supreme Court case that basically says you can give this sort of deadlock instruction. It's not required for the court to give it, but they can. So it's optional, but it's a please try harder instruction. So the jury comes back with a we're hung. So the judge can, but is not required to give the please try harder instruction, but you can only give it once. You can only give it once. If the jury's like, yeah, we're still done, you're just done. It sounds like, I'm not inclined to agree with you. It's like, I can't. I literally can't. The jury's already told me they're done. I'll send them home so they can think about it. No. Yeah, so that's just a do not pass go, do not collect $200 insta appeal.
Welcome back, members of the jury. I've received the latest communication, shared it with the defendant and the prosecutors. I'll recite it now. Judge Jones, we cannot come to a unanimous decision as to a verdict. Thank you, foreperson. So, you remember the Allen charge I read you when we first were notified of this deadlock, and I told you that if you simply cannot reach a verdict, then return to the courtroom and I will declare this case mistried. So that's at this point what I'm going to do. If you all can't reach a unanimous verdict, then I accept that fact. I'm going to declare this case a mistrial. So with that, I'm going to give you a final instruction here, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors.
We got to get this defendant
No juror
on
can
the
ever be
show.
required to talk about
We got to get
discussions
Tucker on the
that
show.
occurred in
Does
the
anyone
jury
know
except
anyone
by
who
court.
knows anyone? We got to get an
Many
interview with
centuries,
Tucker.
Our society has relied upon
We've
juries
got to
for
get Tucker on
consideration of
stream.
difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that
So
a jury's
someone talk to
deliberations,
someone,
discussions, and votes
and let's get
should
Tucker on
remain their
stream.
private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss...
He's already reached out to RA. All right, I'll get it from RA.
may come from
I'll steal
those
it from
who are
RA.
Curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you.
RA will share.
Attorneys or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. So it's been almost 3 weeks. As I've told you throughout, and I sincerely meant it every time, and I mean it now. You've been a great group of people. You've been very flexible. You've been very understanding. You've been very patient. You've been very attentive. And obviously, you gave it your best consideration. We can ask nothing more than
The fact that anyone voted guilty, though, is somewhat discouraging to me.
I will say this also.
Someone said, yeah, I'm convinced beyond a reasonable doubt based on this
substantial
facts.
Media coverage, and I'm confident that you all have insulated yourself from that, as I've asked you to do.
Yeah, you can watch my social media coverage now, where I tell you that people who voted guilty are idiots.
But meanwhile, there's been certainly a lot of coverage. You see the TV cameras.
Thank you for the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. And it's very nice of you.
YouTube channel that's covered it as well as the print media. So, as I said in this particular instruction, now it's up to you to decide whether to protect your privacy.
He's going to shop a story to the highest bidder. Well, I got $10.
Maybe request
So,
many different sources,
yeah.
and you will make that decision as to how you want to handle that. You're no longer under that order that I gave you about not talking to anybody about the case. It'll be up to you.
I'm going to message
So
RA.
with that, thank you so much, folks. You're now discharged as a jury in this case. So you can go with the deputies, get your stuff, and take care. Yeah, we're gonna make this no part of the record. Okay, the jurors are gone. Be at ease. So, here we are. Almost back to square one. But in any event, what we need to do is put this case back on a docket. So the question is, when? I don't think February 8th makes a whole lot of sense.
No, let's go with the March one.
So we've got March 7th pretrial.
He should get a lawyer. He should absolutely hire a lawyer.
We would just ask for the court to reinstate the gag order. There's been so much out there that when we retry this case, we're still going to have to get a jury from this community to the extent that we can limit now the information that's getting out there. I know that it's absurd how much attention this case has gotten, but we are going to have to pick a jury again from this case.
What's the point of a gag order? You've already exposed all the information in open court.
The endeavor of doing that in a couple of months.
Well, one step at a time, so I will certainly consider that request. So March 7th for the defense.
Yes.
Okay.
What time do we want to eat? The 1:39?
Get a lawyer. Please hire a lawyer. Please hire a lawyer. You have a great do-over chance. Get a lawyer. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll come down there and I'll try it.
Cases with private.
I'll do it for free. I don't know if you want me representing you on your murder trial, but I'll try it. Damn.
So, I don't know why we should necessarily break.
I don't know if uncivil law is your best choice. First trial ever. Let's go straight into a murder trial. But, with all the presentation of all the evidence and everything, I have a pretty good idea of how to restructure this thing. So, I can make it work.
I am March 7th, correct?
Uncivil law for attorney for Tucker.
That's one thing.
I'll do it for free.
Next thing.
Well, I'll do it for cost. How about that? Because I'm going to have to stay down there and stuff. So I'll do it for cost.
And, we're going to go back to the...
I'm gonna have to stay at a hotel and get transportation stuff. So I'll do it for cost.
In terms of whatever substance or
And a per diem.
alcohol that's, I basically, during the trial, had slacked off on that, feeling that, again, you were here constantly, you were busy with your defense, and so, but now all the conditions of the release remain in effect.
I just watched the trial. Oh, yeah, if I was hired, I just watched the trial over and over and over, and just think about what questions I would ask and how I'd go about it. I just, because I know all the testimony now, right? So I could just watch it over and over again. First thing I'm going to do is move for continuance. It's like March isn't going to be good because I'm going to need to get up to speed on this as a new lawyer. So I'm going to need a 6-month continuance bare minimum, and then I'm just going to work from there.
So I don't see the point of this. I just don't see the point.
Yeah,
I'll do it for cost.
To me, to be,
I'll do it for cost and expense, and an all access pass to Fantasy Fest
refresh my recollection
for the next 5 years.
the extent of that.
And if you want to throw in some CrossFit classes, that'll be good too.
That means that
Right? We were not allowed to talk about the case to the media, give interviews about, the defendant was posting on Facebook all day today, even during closing arguments. So, how are we ever going to get a jury here in 2 months that hasn't heard something about this case and is tainting this jury pool?
Your Honor, if I might, I somehow doubt the rule.
let's relax. Not everybody, just relax, okay? Just. I know it's been a long 3 weeks, but now's not the time to get too argumentative. I got to think about this. I understand the impetus, but and the rationale.
Call me now. Call me now before he puts the gag order out.
Of it,
Put it out now.
and the enforcement of it, and I need a little time to think about it.
I understand, Judge. Let me just put on the record, last night I received about 11 threats on my phone, on my personal cell phone. They started yesterday afternoon, they continued into the evening. I don't know how my cell phone number got out there. I suspect how it got out there, but now I'm receiving death threats to the point where I'm going to have to change my phone number. This is what I'm talking about. This kind of media blitz is affecting me personally, and I don't think it's right.
Well, that's because you're an incompetent hack.
My phone number, because somehow my phone number has been compromised, and I got threats against myself and my family. So,
Mr. Tucker, please, just
Hold on, not Mr. Tucker.
let me just. Mr. Mansfield has just raised a legitimate concern. I'll give you the chance to respond. So that's very troubling. I certainly am disturbed by that fact. I've received in my office, which I've endeavored not to read the emails or ask my assistant not to, to tell me what these phone calls are about. I'm not aware of any threats, but I'm certainly aware of people's criticisms and comments and opinions. That's a natural product of the coverage this case has received, and so all I'm asking myself, and I'll confess, I don't know that I have my head wrapped around the issue right now. I remember the order that I issued. I reviewed it at the beginning of the case when I suspended it, and it was pretty involved, and I would think I'm almost inviting problems if all of a sudden I say, oh, it's in effect, and all these people are curious and the like start talking and asking questions, and I don't want to have anybody in a gotcha situation. So certainly I think rules and ethics and laws would certainly say that there should be no communicating threats, no intentional rabble-rousing, so to speak. I don't know what, or directing animosities or hostilities or anything toward anybody in this case. And I'm certainly not going to be pinpointing or blaming anybody. So I don't know what more I can say than that. I don't know, Mr. Tucker, now you want to say something?
Actually, I didn't say anything earlier, Your Honor, but but I would like to say this. Look, I receive, I don't know how much hate mail myself, right?
Okay.
And I do, don't get me wrong, I do take offense at was it the innuendo that somehow, I had something to do with Mr.
Never said
Mansfield?
that.
No, I don't think,
I think it was an innuendo, though.
well, I didn't construe it as such, but there's
But
no...
anyway, I have no control over those people, what they do, and I somehow doubt the whole world looks at my Facebook. So anyway, thing is, Your Honor, like I said, I think I'm still of the opinion that we vacated it for a reason. Same reason I would say that it's probably not a good idea to reinstate. But I'm deferring to the court at this point because you say you need time. I'm more than willing to let you have time.
Okay.
Decide as you may.
Well, in any event...
Judge, may I add one final point with your permission?
Okay, go ahead.
Shut your
Just very
face.
briefly, Judge, whether you lift or vacate the order or reinstate it, you did ask us, once you vacated it, to act professionally amongst each other. And I can tell the court that the state has been called dirty bastards, you've been berated, and we have not once made a comment about the defendant in this case. So we should at least have that level of ethics amongst us and not have to face that on a day-by-day basis.
Okay. I don't think Mr. Mansfield indicated, I certainly didn't construe it as somehow or other you encouraging or being the source of these threats. But there's no doubt, Mr. Tucker, that you have endeavored over the course of this to make this a public affair with all your social medias and all your other efforts to publicize it. That's coming from your side of things. That's just a fact.
No, that is a factor. I'm not going to deny.
So,
Oh dear, he wants the
extent
public to
that,
watch the public trial in a public way.
unfortunately,
Oh no.
folk in this world, this country, that to get riled up about certain things and act inappropriately. I know that's a very general statement, but it's an offshoot. So I do agree with Mr. Alvarez. I did say
Apparently the
that,
defendant
and
is
I
very,
think,
very bad for wanting the public to
mutual
watch the public
respect
trial in a
is
public
what I
way
would
before the
expect.
public.
If I need to have some, or if there needs to be some evidentiary hearing or some showing when there's a renewed motion to reinstate the protective order, I'll be happy to do it. I'm just saying right now at this point in time for me to just put my foot down and say, oh, it's back again. I understand the request, but please understand my belief that I need to look at it with a clear head.
Your Honor, I'm just to reaffirm or reassure you. Yes, I can go ahead and tone my language down. I can definitely do that. Again, if mutual respect is what you're looking for, I have, as you saw this morning, I do have some ethical concerns myself, but at the same time, I can at least keep my public persona, as far as what I say, respectful.
Call me. Call me on the phone.
Thank you.
Reach out to Uncivil Law. Kurt at uncivillawllc.com. Please reach out to me, Mr. Tucker.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Appreciate everyone's hard work. I'm just going to sign this order here as to the
Well, I guess that is the end of that. What an exciting day. What an exciting day. Lol. Lol. Yeah, the state definitely implied it. Yeah, that's not what we said. I didn't read to imply. I read it to imply that. I read the innuendo. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I read the same innuendo you did. I didn't say it was Mr. Trigger. All right, let's see what I got in the mail. We got a Elgato low profile mic arm. Cool. Let us open it and see what we got together. Yeah. Yeah. He really should get a lawyer though. I beg with all that's in me. He really should get a lawyer. And his wife has money. So get a lawyer. I mean, and crush these people. Crush them into dust. It'd be unprofessional turn and high five the front row. Yeah. Why is Ty sitting on the prosecution side? There's not really a prosecution side. It's not a wedding, man. All right, that clamp looks pretty serious. That clamp is pretty serious right alone. You can just tell. Damn, sorry. Yeah. Tell how sturdy this thing is. Let's look at that clamp, man. I mean, that's serious, right? That's a big piece of metal. Can you pull the jury in a hung jury? No. You don't pull the jury in a hung jury. There's no reason to. Yeah. All right. And then we got this new mic arm, right? The new mic arm. So look how solid. Okay. So here's this piece cheap. Hold on. Let's compare and contrast. All right. So here's this cheap piece of crap I have. Look at this like scissor arm piece of shit that's not really holding up together anymore. It's like this $10 piece of shit I got on Amazon. Flaky ass shit piece of crap. Okay. All right. And then here's the new arm. Look at this thing. Big ballin'. Big ballin', baby. Look at this thing. Yeah. That looks good, doesn't it? Yeah. So that's thick and sturdy. Q. All right. So let's see. All right, so, okay. So there's adjustments that you can make to screw things. Cable management. Okay. And then, yeah. Oh, and then, okay, so this, okay. So this thing sits on top and it goes into this thing on top. There's a little spacer. Okay. So, okay, so this thing goes on top and this thing goes on the bottom. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to try to set this up. Is it hard to put up? No, it should be pretty easy. We can do it while we're talking. During court cases magnitude, maybe it's not a great idea to solicit for a wife. Well, you can shut the fuck up as far as I'm concerned. How about that? All right. Let's see. All right. All right, so that disconnects the old mic. Or disconnects the stand, the piece of shit stand. This will be a little bit, get this old thing off. I'm sure this audio sounds just really great as I'm repositioning the mic trying to deal with this shit. Lol. All right, there's one band. Here's another one. Okay, great. All right, so now I just need to take the mic off the boom arm. One mic off of one boom arm. I just have to turn. Okay, boom arm. Mic is now disconnected from the boom arm. I'm now holding the mic in my hand. Outstanding. We got a lonely mic just here sitting alone. Very sad. All right, let's see what we got to do next. All right, so yeah, let's take a look at the old clamp versus the new clamp, just to show you. Like again, just to show you the thing. Here's the old clamp. All right, here's the old clamp for the old stand. Take a look at this. Take a look at this thing. This is, Yeah, this is the old clamp for the old stand. And once again, this is the new clamp for the new stand. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, so let's see what we got. More than a feeling, catch me dreaming. More than a feeling, I'll be sleeping. More than a feeling. Okay, let me move this thing a little over here. All right. Stop. Sit down. Okay, I might have to cut out a little piece of my table here because I got this little foam thing on. I might need to cut out a little piece of my table. No problem. We got a little knife here. I got this little foam thing on top of my table, but it's kind of interfering with the mic stand, so I'm just going to cut it out. Take it off. It's a ratchet? That'd be cool. Oh, it might be a ratchet, actually. Oh, it is a ratchet. Oh, that's so cool. The little thing to turn it is a ratchet, so you can actually take it off and you don't need to actually turn it all the way around. That's pretty cool. That's nifty. So if you have a tight space, you don't need to actually turn the thing all the way around because it's a little ratchet mechanism on the bottom. That's just cool. That's just cool. All right, so I just need to cut out this piece of the foam sitting on top of my desk so I get a better contact with the surface of the desk. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of foam padding. So I got this little foam padding on my desk. So I just take that off so I get a little bit of space to clamp it right directly to the desk. Make it more secure. All right, let's see. Okay, I actually need to cut just a little bit more off. Didn't cut it deep enough. No problem. No problem. We can always take off a little bit more. Okay, good. Yeah, I saw. We covered the Treehouse murder trial. We covered the verdict. We watched it. It was cool. Thank you for letting me know, though. All right. So let's put this on there. Okay, that's enough space. Great. Go. All right, I don't think that's going to go anywhere ever. All right. Put this thing on. Neat. Yeah, that looks good. All right. Oh. This is not lock in. And maybe it doesn't. All right. So if I'm going to thread this, I actually need to remove the microphone cable. So I guess you guys will have to do without my words for a while as I try to thread this cable through the new thing. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what am I doing here exactly? Okay, I'm doing that and then doing that. Okay. So first thing I can do is I can just put the mic back on the thing, and then I can thread the cable. So let's do that. What kind of screw top is this, man? All right, hold on. I need an adjuster. Am I facing a window? I surely am. All right. Yes, we discussed Treehouse. Yeah, we discussed Treehouse. Hung verdict, all that good shit. And now we're installing a new boom arm for the microphone. Exciting for everybody. Okay, so what kind of adapter is this? This is one for this stand. That's the one that needs to go in the thing. Right, does this adapter screw into this adapter? How many adapters do I need in one thing? That's really the question, Paul. Okay, so this adapter, okay, is the wrong adapter. Wrong size threading for the arm. Okay. More than a feeling, more than a feeling. Get me dreaming, I'll be dreaming. Now I'm confused. Do I put it through this thing? No, that's not good. Do I put it through here? Can I do this? I might be able to do this. Yeah, I might be able to do this way. I don't know if this is the way they meant for me to do it, but it will work. Well, no, I can't do it that way. Yeah, actually, yes, I can. Yes, I can do it that way. Okay. So we got a little adapter, right, for the screws, because we got the Shure SM7B. It's got this huge mic thing, and it's too big, so we got these little brass adapters. I had one already, and one came with the thing, so we could probably do it this way. Hold on. Drop the thing. Where'd it go? Where is it? It's on my floor, and it's brass. It should be easy to see. Where is it? You hate that, right? You drop the thing, and then it disappears on you. It's like it's a wooden floor, and it's a brass thing. And it disappears on you immediately. What's up with that, right? Oh, there it is. It's by my power cable. It rolled a ways away. Hold on, I've got to go behind the thing and get it. Hold on 1 second. All right. Now, where was I? Okay, so that is on there. And this should go on here. All right, I'm gonna have to take out the cable now. So you guys are gonna have to deal with some silence for a while. Talk amongst yourselves. No audio from Kurt for a while.
he was on the search warrant scene, but what she's saying is he initially the one that found that case and wasn't found on the bed? Can you clarify?
It was found on the bed, but I think at least 2 times Ms. Smith said she didn't object to foundation on our exhibits, in which case it sounds like she does, because
What's going on in this shooter's mind, and at this time, the Crumbley son's mind, we just don't know. We're not mind readers, correct?
Yes.
We do know, though, it's not just based on text messages, that James and Jennifer Crumbley were in the home at the time this video was made, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That is something that you established through actual evidence, and we know they were present in the home.
Yes.
And when we're talking about the Crumbley's home, it's a 900 square foot home, correct?
Yes.
It's a small ranch with 3 bedrooms.
Yes.
We're not talking a 4,000 square foot, 3-story house, correct?
That's correct.
So we know that all 3 people at the time this video was made were in this 900 square foot home.
Yes.
Same thing with the video that was you testified about a video where you can see the dining room table and you recognize the wood grain as being from their dining room, correct?
Yes.
Can you remind me what was happening in that video? I don't want to waste the jury's time, but I think you...
Yeah, so in the video, the shooter loads a loaded pistol magazine into the Keltec and then sends the slide forward, chambering around, which means the firearm is ready to be discharged at that time.
And when that video was taken, that's also a short little video clip, correct?
Yes.
And that video clip also, we do not know who else was present when that video clip was taken.
Not in the immediate vicinity around him, no. We know that both Jennifer and James were in the residence there. Yes.
Okay, so James and Jennifer are in the residence when Ethan Crumbley is making this video.
Yes.
Okay, and we know he made that video and obviously had it on his phone.
Correct.
And we know he sent that video to a friend.
Yes.
And again, we don't really have much more context beyond that, correct?
Other than the text message, no.
Well, the text message was from the other...
I think the text message, the videos were sent, and then the text message followed the videos.
I'm sorry, were both of those videos sent at the time when it said my dad left it out?
I think the first video was sent at 9:30, and the second video was sent at like 12:30 a.m., so 4 hours later. But in that chain of text, it's video 9:30, video 12:30, and then the text that said my dad left his gun out, LOL, or
Okay.
something to that effect.
And you checked to make sure that at 9:30 and at 12:30, both parents were at home, correct?
Yes.
And and so he sends these 2 videos, and there's no response from his friend, correct?
I don't recall if there was a response or not. I know that they were sent. There may have been an exchange, but I just know that they were sent to his friend.
Okay. And then he sends another text saying, my dad left this out, correct?
Yes.
Now, we can agree in the text message, or I'm sorry, in the Instagram post, there's reference that this gun was a gift to the shooter, correct?
Yes.
You are not a member of the Crumbley family, correct?
No.
You don't know what the terms of that gift are in terms of whether the shooter was allowed to just possess it and have it at all times, or if there were conditions around and rules around that gift, correct?
No, I just know that it was a gift.
Okay. And you don't know if you do not know where that gun was kept, the Sig Sauer was kept prior to the day you're in the house. with
Thank you for
one
buying
person
one of my merch things. That's
and the
nice.
gun
Thank
got-
you.
The open gun case was on the bed, correct? I'm sorry, it's late in the day, so my
Sure.
questions are getting terrible. Let me back up. When you saw the weapon, the actual weapon, the Sig Sauer, you saw it at the school, correct?
Yes.
And when you went to the parents' home, the gun case was out on the bed, correct?
I believe when I got there, it had been moved to the kitchen at that point.
I'm sorry, it
Yes.
was in the kitchen
Sure,
at
yeah.
that point?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to you getting there, you don't know where the gun case had been, where it was moved to, who had moved it, and things like that, correct?
I know based on reviewing the search warrant photographs from the scene that are done prior to searching the residence, that it was on the bed and
So
with
do
the
something
empty
like this,
pistol-
maybe?
empty box of pistol
Bring it
ammunition
up
next
like
to
this?
it. When those photographs were taken, that's what I know.
You don't know prior to that day or the night before where that gun was stored in the Crumbley's home, correct?
Do I have to flip the yoke on this thing? I might have to flip
I
the yoke
don't. I
on
don't
this
know myself. I don't have knowledge of that. I know that there's been. I don't know how to answer that question honestly.
Okay, well, you
Wait.
don't know the answer.
As someone that's been involved in this investigation, as one of the officers in charge, I have reviewed
I might have to flip the yoke on the mic.
different statements and texts about where it was stored. So I don't know how to quite answer that question because there were various texts and statements about where it was stored from the defendant's messages and statements and things like that. So I don't know how to answer that question. But do I know for certain where it was stored? The answer to that is no.
Okay. You also don't know whether when the gun, the Sig Sauer, was in the Crumbley home, if they had the cable lock on the Sig Sauer gun.
Either I need to
I'm sorry,
change
repeat
my
that question.
cable.
When the gun
Or I need
was
to
in
flip the
Crumbley's
boom arm.
home, in the days following James buying the gun, you don't know if the cable lock was on that gun.
Yeah.
I don't know, other than the 26th, the date that they purchased the firearm.
All right,
believe
I gotta flip.
they
I gotta
took
flip
photos of it
the. I
around
gotta
1
flip the
o'clock
yoke
PM.
on the
I know
mic.
that, the shooter took a video around shortly after 6 o'clock p.m. with the firearm, with the cable lock still
this is
in the
gonna
bag,
take a
not
second.
inserted in the gun. So I know that at least when they got home from the firearm store after the purchase, there were photographs taken. There was no cable lock inserted. I know later that night at 6 p.m., so we're shortly thereafter, between 6 and 6:40, both the shooter and Mrs. Crumbley took photographs on their phone.
Or is there another way for me to?
Or photos and videos, and the cable lock wasn't inserted; it was still in the bag. That's all I know. I know that and at those specific times when those pictures are taken, that the cable lock was not used at those times.
Okay, we can agree on that. Beyond that photograph, the day the gun was purchased, past 6 o'clock that night, you don't know if the cable lock was put on that gun, correct?
I have no evidence whether it was or was not. No.
You also don't know, after 6 o'clock that night, where the gun was placed, correct?
For that specific day, I don't personally know where that gun was that night. No.
You also don't know who was responsible for putting that gun away that night, correct?
I do it like this. That's such a low profile mic.
I don't know how to answer that question. I guess it's if Mrs. Crumbley is taking a picture of the firearm and she's the only one home, it would be her responsibility to put the firearm away. And if it's Mr. Crumbley, so I don't know how to answer your question. If you want me to answer that, I don't know their conversations about who's responsible for locking it up at night. Then,
Right, so your
then
answer
yes.
is I don't know. You don't know.
Right.
Okay. And so
I'm not sure about this mic arm, man.
that night,
I'm not sure about the low
after 6
profile
p.m.,
one.
after
I'm not sure if
the
it's for
photos
me.
taken, we can agree.
I might have to get the other
You
one.
don't know if the cable lock got put on.
The judge just signed a formal order of mistrial.
and
That's
you
all
don't
the
know
judge
who's
signed, just a
responsible
formal
for storing it,
order.
Correct?
I think.
I don't know how to answer the question because I feel like that
Because you don't know.
Yeah, so I don't know about this low profile arm, the way that it's working for me. I don't know, it's a nice mic arm. But I don't know if it's for me. Maybe I should get the high profile one instead of the low profile one. Because the way the arm is sort of sitting on my desk, it's kind of interfering with things. If I come out this way, yeah. It's so low profile, it scrapes things on my desk, like my mouse and stuff. And if I bring it out here, I have to flip the yoke. Because my mic cable's so thick that it's interfering with the yoke. I think I have a different mic cable we could try. He definitely should not do per se again. He really should not. I gotta talk this guy down off the ledge, man. I'm serious. I gotta talk this guy down off the ledge. He definitely should not do per se again. So what do I want to do here? Because even if I can get it right, I mean, yeah, I don't think I like the low profile. We might have to go back to the cheap ass mic and send this one back. Yeah, we might have to go to the cheap ass one and send this one back because the low profile is just sitting on my desk weird. I think I need the high profile one. I don't think the low profile one's gonna work for me. Oh well, that's annoying. I should have ordered both and then sent one back. That would have been easier. But yeah. The Elgato Wave mic arm regular. Yeah, which has a more traditional look. Yeah, I'll get this. I'll add this to cart. I can get delivery tomorrow. All right, I'll get it now. I'll get delivery tomorrow, and I'll send one of them back. So I'll get the high arm and deal with it. Yeah, I gotta go high profile. So I'll get it tomorrow, and then I'll just replace whichever one I don't want to keep, or send it back, as it were. So the other one will be coming tomorrow by 10. So, I think what I'm going to do for the moment is just use this arm. I can use it for the moment. I don't really want to put back up the cheap one because I don't really see a need for it. But I don't like the way this is positioning on my desk. I don't like the way it's sitting on my desk. And I don't like the way that I'm positioning the mic. So, yeah, I'll get the high arm instead. So just to show you what I have and what I'm getting or replacing it with, I'll just show you real fast. Because you guys like this kind of thing, right? Yeah, Remington 870 is great. I had a Remington 870 for a number of years. I used it for skeet shooting. Yeah. All right, so this is the one I just bought. It's this low profile one. So you can see like how it looks, but the low profile is so low. I mean, I don't know what's going on with this guy and his desk, but this one's sitting a lot closer to my desk than this image looks. So I don't know what's going on there, but you know, so yeah. So it just sits really low. And so this arm like scrapes everything. It actually hits my mouse. It's so low. It does have flexibility on the vertical arm, but not so much on the other arm. And now it does have magnetic covers, which is really cool. It does have magnetic covers for the cable management, so it looks sweet because the cables are hidden. But I can't really put it wherever I want to, so it's a bit of a pain in the ass. And then here's the other one, where you see this much more high profile one, which is more traditional. And you can see how it just like, and also it comes with an extension too. So it comes with this additional piece that lets it telescope, and this shows you how high it can go if you do the full telescoping. You know, so you have concealed channels. They're not magnetic, so that's a little bit annoying, but they're concealed. And you can see like with this one, it can just like sit right on top of a monitor or something. And so I think this is going to be probably more suitable for me. So yeah, that's where we're at. It almost wants to hit my arm hits the thing. It's so low. So yeah, we gotta get the high one instead. The low profile was not the right answer. So we'll tolerate it for a day, and then we'll get the other one tomorrow, and we'll see where we go from there. All right. So that's enough mic talk. Now that we've got all that fixed up. Do we want to finish out the trial for the day? The 15 minutes we didn't see? Let's finish out the trial we didn't see. Let's finish out the 15 minutes we didn't see.
Yeah,
I think
it's asked and answered.
I don't know whose responsibility. It could be both parents' responsibility. I don't know how to answer that question.
You weren't there.
Correct, I wasn't there. I don't know who's...
Okay, but Your Honor, I just want to make record. He does have knowledge of all the other evidence, so I think the struggle here is he
knows what was happening at 6 p.m., but...
No, he's reviewed different statements about so that's where the struggle is here. He doesn't personally know if those statements are true, but I think that's why I don't want to put words in his mouth, but
He has other information.
I'm asking him about his personal knowledge, though. I'm not asking him about things other people said, things... Okay. All right, so then we go to the 27th. This is the day after the gun was purchased by Mr. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We've obviously talked about Mrs. Crumbley being at the range with the shooter that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That night, after Mrs. Crumbley was home, you do know that Mrs. Crumbley and her son went back home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have personal knowledge of who took the gun from the car they drove into the home, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if the gun was even brought into the home when Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter arrived back home after the gun range.
That's correct.
You don't know if after coming home from the gun range, the cable lock was put on the gun.
By who? I don't know that the cable lock was placed on the firearm, but if you're saying it appeared the way that Mrs. Crumbley operated the firearm, it would be very difficult for her to lock the slide to the rear to put the cable lock on.
She appears like she doesn't know what she's doing with the gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's no doubt the shooter has a lot more knowledge about this gun than Mrs. Crumbley does.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And when Mrs. Crumbley is posting, she's posting that it's her first time shooting a 9mm, correct?
Yes, that's what she wrote.
And she's calling it a Mother-Son Day, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know much about this family, but Mother-Son Day implies this is a mother and son spending time together, correct?
That's what the text said, yes.
It's obvious Mrs. Crumbley's doing something with her son he enjoys, correct?
Yes, he was definitely smiling when he was shooting the firearm, yes.
Okay? And then both Mrs. Crumbley and her son are, comparing targets and talking and interacting with one another, correct?
That's what occurred on the surveillance video, yes.
And once they got home that night, you have no idea if the cable lock was put on the gun.
I do not know. No.
You don't even know if the gun was brought in the house.
No.
You don't know where the gun was kept that night.
No.
And you don't know where the gun was kept in the following day or day after. You don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, scratch that. In terms of the shooter, you have no awareness of whether the shooter has ever had any kind of safety course.
I found no evidence that he had a safety course, no.
You don't, so there is no evidence that you can say, there's no evidence, but that doesn't mean that didn't happen, correct?
Correct.
And you have no evidence about James, whether or not he's ever had a safety course, correct?
I found no evidence of that, no. But I
Okay.
don't, yeah, correct.
So you wouldn't know either way?
It's possible he had a safety course. I personally found no evidence of that.
And when you're talking about this drawing, and I'd like to just put the math paper back up. And I apologize, I believe it was exhibit,
75? No, it's 74.
thank you. Okay, so your testimony was, by looking at this math paper.
The defense attorney, I think, is doing fine.
In exhibit 75 looks like the Sig Sauer weapon, correct?
Yes.
And this math paper was drawn after the shooter had already picked out and had his dad purchase the Sig Sauer, and the family already owned that gun, correct?
Yes.
And that bullet, you believe, looks like a bullet that would be unique to the Sig Sauer gun.
No, that's not what I said. I just said out of the firearms they own in their home, out of the 2 calibers, it resembles more of a 9mm than a 22.
Okay, but it's just a bullet, right? We can agree.
You listed off a lot of calibers earlier. If you ever look at all those rounds, they look vastly different.
All right, so that's a 9mm caliber?
I'm saying it resembles, or could resemble a 9mm caliber. It is definitely a round of pistol ammunition that does not look like a 22.
Okay, these are just drawings that we know the shooter drew at school, correct?
They are drawings that the shooter drew at school, yes. I don't know if I would say just.
They're drawings we know he drew at the school.
Yes.
And you have never discussed these drawings with the shooter, correct?
No.
You were not present when the shooter met with the school counselor about this drawing, correct?
No, I was not.
You were not present when the school shooter met with the principal from the school and talked about this drawing, correct?
I was not present.
You were not present when Mrs. Crumbley and her husband met with the shooter at the school about this drawing.
Correct. I did not get to the school that day until after the shooting occurred.
You did not hear the shooter explain why he put these things on this drawing, correct?
Yes, I did not respond until after the shooting occurred.
Okay. So you've never had a conversation with him where he explained or talked about what he was doing in this drawing, and you've never seen a video of those conversations, correct?
Yes, I believe I said before, I haven't met the shooter before.
Yeah, I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Can you do the redirect before we leave?
I can. Special Agent Brandon, you were asked some questions about the 9mm and that it isn't the most powerful gun, that there are other guns that could do more damage. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you acknowledge, though, that it's much more difficult to control and fire it quickly and accurately than a 22?
Yes, if we're going by the calibers, yeah, 50 caliber would be a lot more difficult to carry around than a 9mm. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked a lot about whether or not James or Jennifer, how many times they went to the shooting range, or if Jennifer ever went took them at a different time. You don't really know, though, correct?
No, all I know is the evidence that I found and that was presented today and that I testified to.
Okay, well, let's talk about that for a minute. What have you reviewed? Just summarize what you've reviewed.
So I've reviewed surveillance camera video from both the school, the firearms range, Facebook returns for James and Jennifer Crumbley, Instagram returns, the forensic download of 7 cell phones, I believe, belonging to James, Jennifer, and the shooter, the entire case file, other interviews, and things like that. Basically everything related to this case.
Okay, when you say you reviewed the phones, that means all the content that was on the phone, correct?
Yes.
Going back to quite a long time.
Yes.
In fact, some of the cell phone data went back several years.
Yes.
Okay, and on those phones you also reviewed every video taken by Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Correct? Every picture, correct?
Yes.
All of the Facebook messages from the return that she hadn't deleted, you reviewed those, correct?
Yes.
All of the communications between the two, Jennifer and James, correct?
Yes.
Videos that were recorded by her of herself, correct?
Yes.
Videos of the two of them fighting, correct?
Your Honor?
No, Your Honor, let me finish.
This is all leading questions.
Okay. The question was, you don't know too much about this family, do you? Is that true?
That's
In
leading.
the context of this investigation, I've learned a lot about the Crumbley family. Based on the way the question was asked, I thought it was more in the lines of, in the same way of asking if I knew the shooter, do I know the Crumbleys? I don't personally know them, but in this investigation, yes, I've had a very detailed look at their life over the last several years, especially the year leading up to the shooting, yes.
Okay. And you were asked about the second video the shooter took of the Caltech.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you knew whether or not someone was a parent, Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley was next to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just say for a moment they were. Do you still have any problem with that video?
Objection. His opinion about having a problem with it is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Do you have concerns about safety when you look at that video, regardless of who was next to him?
Yes, based on the height of the table, the direction the firearm was pointed would either have been based on the way the wood grain goes, it would have either been at the neighbor's house or out the front window of the house. And because of the height of the table, potentially, and with the porch, I'm not quite sure if it would be head height or stomach or above, but it would definitely be pointed in a direction where if the firearm was shot, it could travel outside the home.
Okay. You were asked about whose responsibility it was, or did you know, to lock up the weapon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose responsibility is it when a firearm, a 9mm, is in your home? Whose responsibility is when you know there's a minor there?
Based on my understanding of the pamphlet that was handed out, I can say that it would not be on the juvenile.
You were asked about that meeting in the counselor's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the worksheet that you viewed,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you were asked if you don't know what the counselor said about it, correct? And your answer was no, you don't.
Correct. I said I wasn't personally there for what he said about it.
Okay. But you know that the worksheet was shown to Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
And you know that the worksheet had the words "help me," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the worksheet had the words "blood everywhere," correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And you know that that worksheet
Your
was
Honor,
both texted?
objection to leading. This is all leading.
Do you know whether or not Jennifer Crumbley saw that worksheet?
Yes.
All right. And how do you know that?
It was on her cell phone, and she sent it to several people after she received it.
Okay. And do you know that if the worksheet that she was shown had the words "help me," blood everywhere?
It did.
Okay. Thank you.
You can sit down in the next Okay. So I know it's been a long day, but I'm intent on using the time as well as possible. I think we've made some good headway today. I'm going to ask you to return at 8:30 in the morning. Do you guys have any questions about the schedule?
All right, so that brings us to the end of the stream. So they want to start at 7:30 my time tomorrow? Oh, Lord. Well, no, probably it'll start at 9. They just want the jury there at 8:30. We'll see what we can do. But we'll be on for tomorrow. And so far, I think the defense lawyer's doing pretty good. ATF agent seems pretty good in his answers. I like him. Yeah, we'll see where we go, and we'll get a different boom arm tomorrow. This boom arm is not good for Uncivil. I don't like this boom arm anymore. This boom arm makes me sad. This boom arm makes me sad. It doesn't really do what I want to do, and it's low, and it interferes with my arm, and I don't like it. All right, Uncivil is exceptionally tired, so I don't think there's going to be a Thursday night frenzy today, because Uncivil is tired. But we had fun, and we will try to be on tomorrow. So we'll see how it goes, and we'll go from there. All right, until later, my friends, I've been Uncivil Law. Hope you all have a good one. See you tomorrow.